Morning. Yeah.
Hello. Hello? That's it. But it's not. Oh, yeah. Can you hear me? I can't hear him.
So we can't hear.
Can you speak? Thumbs up if you can hear me.
Okay.
Speak again, sorry?
You hear me?
Yeah. Perfect, thanks.
Okay.
So we haven't started yet, Simon. We're just making sure everybody who needs to be involved in this section of the inquiry can actually join the meeting. So if you just want to turn your camera off for a bit, and then when the inspector opens the inquiry at 10:30, you can then rejoin.
two, 1, 2. It is 10:30, ladies and gentlemen, so the inquiry is resumed. I'm hesitating, there's rather an echo here.
This it should be. Yeah. Is that that's right.
Nice and tasty.
Yeah. See where we are.
Right. Try again. I'm not echoey anymore, am I? That's good. Thank you. Yeah, it's okay now. It's off. Yeah. Are we all okay to continue? Can you take your seats, please? I said a moment ago the inquiry is now resumed. Got a lot to get through today, so I'll try and crack on. First, couple of housekeeping things. Should be a fresh attendance list circulating today, so please put your details on that, even if you're not speaking. And if you've got a mobile phone with you, please make sure it's switched off or on silent whilst the inquiry is sitting. Just as a brief introduction as to what we're hoping to get through today, once I've finished a few opening announcements, the appellants are fielding their air quality expert through the Teams meeting for questions to be put by the Rule 6 party, and Mr. Gardner also indicated he may have a question. Then when we've moved through that, it'll be Mr. Pycroft giving the appellant's planning evidence. And then later today, we need to have sessions to deal with conditions and the Section 106 agreement. So that's the intention for today. Let me just first of all say another couple of things I need to go through. One, hopefully the parties have been contacted by the Inspectorate's case officer. I did receive an email which appears to have been sent at a minute past midnight last night from Ashley Harrison, who was down to speak on the opening day of the inquiry, but was unable to attend because he tested positive for COVID. He asked me to accept his statement because of what he termed exceptional circumstances. And he was particularly concerned that when Mark Francois MP addressed the inquiry, he had to shorten his address. And Mr. Harrison was concerned that information that he'd provided to the MP hadn't been put before the inquiry. I'll come on to that in a moment, but in all the circumstances, I decided to accept Mr. Harrison's statement as a written representation and told him that he needn't attend the inquiry unless Miss Reid has any questions that she wishes to put to him. Miss Reid, have you had a chance to look at the information from Mr. Harrison?
Very briefly, sir, no objection to it being submitted, particularly given the circumstances. Haven't really had a chance to look at it in detail. Don't anticipate that I'll have any questions. If we do need to come back to you in respect of any points once we've had a look at it, then I'll ask your permission to do so at that particular point. I don't think we will necessarily, but obviously we've not, given that it came in this morning, had a proper opportunity to have a read through.
Okay, thank you for that. I do want, however, to make 3 points for the benefit of other people present today and for those watching the live stream. Firstly, I did say to Mr. Harrison that notwithstanding the fact that he'd tested positive for COVID, if he was down to speak, he should have known that he was required to submit a statement a week before attending, so that was the 18th of January. So there's no real reason, I've not been given any indication why he couldn't comply with that. Secondly, accepting that it didn't arrive before the inquiry, it still could have come in any time last week and could have been before the inquiry so that all parties would have had more time to consider its content. And thirdly, although the MP was requested to summarise his originally submitted statement, that was because the statement was much longer than it is required under the inquiry procedure rules, and a statement of that length should be accompanied by a summary of around 1,500 words, which is why I'd asked Mr. Francois to summarise his submission. But he was also assured that his full submission was before the inquiry. So, notwithstanding what Mr. Harrison has said, anything that was in Mr. Francois' original statement is before the inquiry, and all parties to the inquiry are able to see, and I can certainly take on board anything that was in that original statement. Anyway, notwithstanding that, I've accepted the statement as a written submission. Second thing I wanted to move on to very briefly is the site visit. I think a suggested itinerary was put forward by the council whereby we meet. I can't remember the exact location, but I think it was 8:20 tomorrow morning. That seemed to be generally accepted. The only change to what I thought was the situation yesterday is I understand from the Rule 6 party that they would like to accompany me when I visit the appeal site itself, and also have indicated the Percy Cottage Road junction, which, to be fair, I think wasn't on the original agenda. So yes, certainly we will do that. But of course, the fact that the Rule 6 party want to accompany me means that I need to be accompanied by someone from the council and someone from the appellant as well. So it'll be we'll all be attending. And before I adjourn today, I'll check with you who is attending site visit, so I know who I'm expecting to meet tomorrow. Yep.
So if I may, just in respect of the site visit, no issue with an accompanied site visit onto the site itself as requested.
Yep.
In terms of permission for those that are able to come on, obviously it's important that there's at least one representative from each party, so the Rule 6 party, the council and the appellant. I think there might be some difficulties in terms of securing permission for large numbers of people to come onto the appeal site. So it's just a request at this stage that it's limited to a representative from the council, the appellant and the Rule 6 party, rather than just sort of being opened up to everybody. It's going to be difficult for us to secure landowner consents.
I've no idea yet how many people are expecting to attend. I mean, I've made it quite clear that there's no discussion about any merits of the case at the site visit. So, yes, people can attend, but as Ms Reid has rightly said, the appellant is quite entitled to restrict access onto the appeal site itself as long as I'm accompanied by someone from each of the main parties. So, as I say, I don't need to delay proceedings now, but before I adjourn today, I will check who's anticipating attending the site visit tomorrow. Thank you. Few other things. I've seen an email, not had time to really digest it fully, but regarding the signing of the Section 106 agreement, so that will be dealt with later today, no doubt.
Just two housekeeping matters from us, sir, if I may, if you've finished your...
Well,
there's one more, so sorry.
One more, which was simply to say that I sent out some comments on my look through the conditions, and I don't think they've necessarily been taken on board yet, but hopefully they can be prior to the inquiry session later today. I think that's all I needed to say. So.
Thank you, sir. Just in respect to your final point, we've been discussing the conditions with the council, and hopefully your points will have been taken on board, and there'll be an updated list prior to the conditions session. In terms of other housekeeping matters, I just have two. The first one I've already handed to the Rule 6 party in the council. It's just, you'll recall in terms of air quality that what we have in respect of the evidence is a report that's attached to Mr Gascoigne's evidence. Yep. So I've asked Mr Grubb, who's going to be speaking on behalf of the appellant in respect to these matters, just to put forward a brief introduction, setting out his qualifications for your notes, sir, and also his statement of truth, which I can obviously take him to. So that's all that is. So if I may pass that up. Yep. And then the second one, sir, is just, you'll recall that when Mr Blair was giving his evidence, he was making some points about trip distribution, and he took you to an unpaginated page in the TA, and we said we'd get you a copy of it. So not new evidence, it's in the core documents, but it's just to assist you in finding the page that he was he was looking at. So I'll pass that up, and I'll just ask a copy to be handed, thank you, a copy to be handed to the Rule 6 party in the council as well.
Okay.
It also has on the front of it, we've just written the reference within the core documents as well, to assist you in terms of locating it there.
Bear with me.
Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, that's all from yourself, Ms Reid. Mr Parkinson, anything from the council?
No, sir, nothing from me, thank you.
Mr Foster, anything from the Rule 6 party before we begin? No? Okay, so breaking new ground here. We're going to try and do the Teams session. So, camera on, let's have a look.
Okay, so
let me just do this.
and all your microphones muted because the sound should come through your mic. Yeah, that's how it should work. So just check that Simon can hear you. Sarah, can you
bear with me.
and the inspector.
Okay. Can you hear me, Mr. Grubb?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Right. I think I'm more or less set up there. My camera's on, my microphone's muted, and I'm using this microphone. So can everyone, yeah, get a thumbs up from the back. Right, okay. And I can see other participants, so that's helpful.
Would it help that only Sarah and Simon are actually on the screen when you're asking questions and the other parties have got their cameras on?
Well, I don't know. I think four seems reasonable, but you know, if there's a problem, we can obviously adjust that. But let's go with that to start with. So basically, what I'm wanting now is Miss Reid for you to introduce Mr. Grubb. Do whatever you need to in chief, as it were, with him. Then I'll ask Mr. Foster what questions he has. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, Mr. Grubb. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Good morning.
Your name is, I'm just going to go to your statement of truth document that we've just handed up. Your name is Simon Grubb. You are a full member of the Institute of Environmental Sciences and the Institute of Air Quality Management, with over 10 years extensive experience of working within the private sector, delivering a wide range of environmental assessments, including air quality and odour impact assessments. Is that correct?
It is correct.
You set out your qualifications in respect of air quality, BSc Honours, MA, member of the Institution of Environmental Sciences and member of the Institution of Air Quality Management. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You set out in 1.3 that you undertook the original air quality assessment dated December 2019, that's within the core documents, and also the addendum air quality assessment dated December 2020, and you have also overseen the production of the technical note dated December 2021, and that's the technical note that can be found attached to Mr. Gascoigne's proof of evidence at Appendix 3. Is that right?
That is correct.
And can you please just read out your statement of truth at paragraph 1.4 to the inquiry?
The evidence provided is my full and complete evidence. I can confirm that the evidence is my true and professional opinion.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to take the documents largely as read, but just a few points of clarification, please. First point, can you just outline, please, to what degree there was agreement with the Council's Environmental Health Officer in respect of the scope and methodology of the assessments that you undertook?
The scope was agreed with the appropriate Environmental Health Officer at the Council, and it was all agreed.
Thank you. Second point, please. Second point. What was the conclusion of the Council's Environmental Health Officer in respect of the impacts of the scheme? And I think you summarise this at paragraphs 1.5 and 1.6 of the statement. And I know that there's also a statement of common ground, isn't there?
Yes, the Environmental Health Officer, well, in the committee report, it concluded that the air quality assessment into this application was discussed this and it's no change in exposure to nitrogen dioxide.
I'm so sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you, Mr. Grubb, because I think the connection
I think, can I just interject? It's not coming through all that clearly to me there. I don't know what options we have there. Perhaps one option clearly is Mr. Grubb speak very slowly. I don't know if that is going to assist. It's just.
I would just like to add that I was getting a little bit of feedback then myself. I don't know. In terms of the technical note, the conclusions of the air quality assessment and subsequent air quality data, I'm getting feedback again actually, reported to the Officer's report, dated
Can we just try, maybe other than me and Mr. Grubb and I, can maybe try turning other cameras off, because I know sometimes with Teams that seems to have a magical effect.
Right. Well, that's my camera off. I thought that did sound a little bit clearer at that time when Mr. Grubb.
I'll try again. Hopefully this time it works. The conclusions of the air quality assessment, subsequent air quality addendum, reported to the development committee, the date 20.
Yeah. It is cutting out, I'm afraid.
Okay. Try.
Can you, Mr. Grubb, if you try turning your speaker and your microphone down a little bit.
I was going to say, does Mr. Grubb have a headset at all? That often improves matters.
Let's try again. No? No. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me any better now? Or?
Yeah, that was better.
That sounds better. So just try again in terms of the answer.
We'll try for the fifth time. The conclusions of the air quality assessment and subsequent addendum air quality assessment were reported to the Development Committee in the Officer's report dated 26th of November 2020. Paragraphs 3.150 through to 3.162 of that document confirm that the EHO has commented on the submitted air quality assessment and the addendum air quality assessment. It confirms that the proposed amendment will not have an unacceptable impact in terms of air quality exposure of any pedestrians in and around the site.
Thank you. That was fifth time lucky, I think, with that one.
Hopefully it's better.
Right. What I just want to take you to now, please, is your your paragraph 2.3 of your statement that's attached to Mr. Gascoigne's proof.
Yes.
And there was a concern expressed by interested parties that receptor locations in the vicinity of the Holt Farm schools and the Rochford Day Nursery and St Teresa's Catholic Primary School hadn't been assessed. Is that correct?
That was during a discussion with the Environmental Health Officer that was discussed, and that wasn't then addressed in the addendum air quality assessment.
Thank you.
Sorry, we couldn't hear that clearly.
Sorry. Okay.
See if Mr. Grubb can just repeat that. Yeah. I'm sorry to have to ask you to speak slowly, Mr. Grubb. It's not meant to be patronising or anything. It's just that unfortunately, in this room, it is a little bit muffled and it breaks up from time to time. So just take it a few words at a time and let's see how it goes. What you said a moment ago was quite a bit clearer. So,
in respect to those receptor locations, that was discussed with the Environmental Health Officer during the consultation process, and that was addressed, those receptor locations were addressed in the addendum air quality assessment.
Thank you. And if we turn up the plan, which is at page 12 of your statement, Appendix B, do we see there the receptor locations that were assessed?
Yes.
Thank you. And then just for the benefit of members of the public that may not have your statement in front of you, could you turn up page 7? And it's the table where you are setting out your response to the Rule 6 party comments. And I'd like you, just by way of conclusion, to read out in the ACE response column, the first two paragraphs beginning the AQA addendum?
Yes. The AQA addendum explicitly considers impacts as a result of operational development generated traffic at Teresa's Catholic Primary School, Rochford Day Nursery and Holt Farm Junior School by identifying receptors at these locations. Furthermore, the junction of Ashington Road, Hall Road, West Road have also been explicitly modelled. Concentrations of pollutants at all receptors, including those identified to be representative of the aforementioned schools, are predicted to be well below the relevant national air quality objectives, and impacts at these receptors are predicted to be negligible for all pollutants considered. The results of the addendum air quality assessment were accepted by Rochford's Environmental Health Officer and confirmed in the committee report of November 2020.
Thank you. And that's a summary, as I understand it, of the detailed points that are set out in that addendum air quality assessment. Is that correct, Mr Grubb?
Correct.
Thank you very much. If you wait there, there'll be some questions for you.
Okay, thank you, Mr Grubb. So, Mr Foster, for the Rule 6 party, what questions have you got for Mr Grubb, please?
Thank you, sir. Right, thank you. I'm asking questions around the original addendum, October 2020, the air quality assessment. First of all, does Rochford District Council have automatic air quality monitoring stations?
Let me just double check. No, they do not.
Could you tell me which is the only roadside non-automatic site close enough to the site for verification purposes?
That would be the Amberlin Sutton Road. That is a roadside site for model verification.
Sorry, I couldn't catch that clearly.
Yeah, could you repeat that, Mr.
please?
Grubb, please?
As set out in the both air quality reports, the model has been verified against a roadside location on the Amberlin Sutton Road.
Okay, the Amberlin Sutton Road junction, which is quite a long way, would you agree, from the Holt Farm schools and the day nursery and the St Teresa's?
It's within an acceptable distance to verify an air quality dispersion model.
Sorry, are you saying it is close enough to evaluate the air quality outside Holt Farm School?
It is within an acceptable distance to as a verification point for the air quality dispersion model used within the assessment.
It remains difficult to be clear. Is that it's close enough to monitor air quality at the Holt Farm School, yes or no?
Mr Foster, I think you dropped out for a second there.
Was that a yes or a no? Just repeat the question. Okay.
Or no.
Are you saying, excuse me, are you saying that the roadside non-automatic monitor at the Amberlin roundabout is close enough to monitor air quality outside Holt Farm School?
It's an appropriate location to verify the model. That
wasn't my question. Is it close enough?
You broke out again there. Sorry, Mr. Foster.
Is it close enough to verify the air quality outside the Holt Farm schools?
It is an appropriate location to verify the model.
Could I have an answer, yes or no, please?
It is not representative of the receptor location you aforementioned. The model is verified against this location to make sure it's acceptably working. And then the traffic data is input in, and then receptors are modelled at such locations.
So let me try and answer the question in the way that I think you're trying to explain. The answer to my question was no. it's not satisfactory for monitoring the air quality at the Holt Farm School. Is that correct?
You mentioned about verifying the model.
Right.
The
Let me try
location-
again. Let me try again, sir.
The Amber Lynn Sutton Road monitoring location is not at the same location as you mentioned. So you will, in reality, you will not get the same concentration, exactly the same concentration as Amber Lynn. So theoretically, if what you're trying to ask me is that is the Amber Lynn Road site representative of the school, the answer is no.
Right, thank you. What is the annual mean objective for nitrogen dioxide pollution in micrograms per cubic metre of air?
40.
Could you tell me what the site results have been for the roadside monitoring at the Anne Boleyn roundabout for the previous 4 years against that 40 objective?
In 2019, we were 38.4. In 2018, we were 40.8. In 2017, we were 42.4. In 2016, we were 42.09.
So 3 of those 4 years, it was over the national objective. Is that correct?
Sorry, I didn't hear the first word you said to the question.
So for 3 of those 4 years, the results had been above the annual mean objective of 40.
That is correct, 3 of the 4 years.
Thank you. Is it true that DEFRA recognises that emissions have not declined as expected from diesel vehicles?
Historically, that was the case, but that has since been retracted, and the Institute of Air Quality Managers have confirmed this in a position statement.
Does that sit in any of the evidence presented? I couldn't find it there to say that's been...
You broke up again.
Sorry, what your statement you've just made about that being retracted by DEFRA, is that presented in any of the evidence you've put forward?
Can't hear you, Mr. Foster, sorry.
Okay. You said that the DEFRA statement had been retracted. Is that correct?
I said the thinking behind that has now changed, and a position statement by the Institute of Air Quality Managers means we don't. Historically, within air quality assessment, we had to consider that diesel cars were not reducing as previously predicted. But now, the position is that we had to do historically we had to do a sensitivity test to consider this, but now we don't have to do that anymore because it's starting to see that emissions are reducing as expected within and are reflected with the emission factor toolkits used within the modelling.
Okay, so I'll repeat my question. The statement you've just made, was that submitted in evidence?
That is set out in the addendum air quality assessment report, that we don't have to do these sensitivity assessments anymore.
Okay, so what is the, if there's been a retraction, what is the, shall we say, new annual mean objective?
The annual mean objective is still 40 for nitrogen dioxide.
So it's still 40, okay?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got, just to summarise that short discussion, we've got a situation where the nearest roadside monitoring you accept isn't sufficient to monitor air quality at the Holt Farm School, and despite all of that, 3 out of the 4 years we talked about, it was actually over the mean objective. Right, I'll move on now.
Yes.
In the proposed...
I'm so sorry.
In the
No, I'm so sorry. That was a statement, not a question, and I'm not sure it did actually reflect what my witness had said in respect of the evidence. So I'm quite happy for Mr. Foster to put that as a question to my witness, but not as a statement which, with respect, missummarizes the evidence he's just given.
Yeah, it was your summary of how you viewed that interchange, but in fairness, you should ask Mr. Grubb whether that represents what he's told you.
Okay. Okay. Is the summary I just made correct?
Can you make that summary again, please? Just so I don't miss anything.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that clearly.
Can you repeat your summary, please, just so I can make sure that I'm confirming?
Okay. We still have the situation that the roadside air quality monitoring at the Anne Boleyn roundabout, which for 3 of the 4 years has been over the national mean target. That is still the case, and that isn't appropriate for measuring the air quality at the Holt Farm School. You agree, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. In the proposed statement of common ground, which we never ever brought to a conclusion for reasons which I don't understand, I asked where there was no monitoring of air quality near Ashton Road schools or the day nursery at Hall Road. Do you know the answer that they gave?
No.
Okay. Okay, the answers they said was the site does not lie within or close.
Cut out again, Mr. Foster.
Right. The answer they gave was that the site does not lie within or close to a designated air quality management area, the nearest being Rayleigh, 10 kilometres away. Does that mean that there's not an air quality issue near the schools?
The local authority have the obligation to monitor air quality and report it annually. The council must assume, and as is evident in our air quality assessment and demonstrated, air quality is not considered a concern.
So, sorry, it is very difficult to understand what's been said. I'll repeat the question. Okay, because the site is not within or close to a designated air quality management area, the nearest being Rayleigh, 10 kilometres away, that was a response to my question about why there was no monitoring near the schools. And my question was, does this mean there is not an air quality issue near the schools?
If the council are obliged to monitor air quality, and obviously it's their judgment to monitor where they think there's going to be an issue.
So is the answer yes or no?
Without any monitoring, there's no. I can't conclude that there wouldn't be an issue at the site.
So the answer is we don't know.
Without just definitive monitoring, we don't know. No.
Sorry, did you agree with me that we don't know? Do you agree with me that we don't know?
About monitoring, we don't know.
Sorry, Mr. Grubb, I didn't hear your answer then.
So short, no. We don't know.
Okay, so we don't know.
No.
Is it true that only road traffic emissions have been modelled?
That is true, that's correct.
Okay. And it also says in the report, and it mentions in the context of only road traffic emissions have been modelled, it says due to the absence of other sources in the area, and that's on page 3, 2.5. Is that correct?
The addendum, or
I think you're being asked whether that was the addendum, Mr.
that's
Foster.
the addendums.
Yes, sir, the addendum.
Right with the paragraph number, please.
I'll quote, if I may, sir, for clarification. It says, for the purpose of this assessment and due to the absence of other sources in the area, only road traffic emissions have been modelled? And
Yes.
the answer, I was just checking that, and the answer was yes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what other sources could be considered over and above traffic emissions?
Yes.
Sorry, what other sources could be considered other than traffic emissions?
Point sources could be considered, such as, say, hypothetically, you had an incinerator in the area.
Sorry, 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 sir,
Can't
that
hear you,
wasn't
Mr.
clear. I
Foster.
don't know whether you could hear it.
I heard, was your question what other sources could be considered?
Yes.
I didn't hear your answer, Mr. Foster.
I didn't hear that second one. I thought the first time I heard you say point sources such as an incinerator.
Yes, well, that could be an example of another source that could be considered. It's just an example. We didn't.
Okay, perhaps I could just
Can't hear
explore
you, Mr.
some.
Foster.
Sorry, handling the poor quality is a bit difficult. My question was what other sources could be considered, so I'll expand on that. For example, could the potential HGV traffic over the 9 years of the development of the site be significant? Should that be considered? Or was it estimated?
Sorry, would you say at the end of that question, sorry?
Okay. Other sources, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Has any assessment been made of the impact or potential impact of HGV traffic up and down Ashton Road for the several years of the development?
The assessment is based upon traffic data that was provided by Ardent Consulting Engineers. So in line with the transport assessment.
Sorry, I
can't hear you, Mr. Foster.
Again, it's not clear.
Well, can I just check? Is your question to do with potential construction traffic if the development was to
HGV
proceed?
Potential construction traffic over the several years of the period. The reason I mention that is it says in the absence of other sources in the addendum. So I'm just trying to check, sir, whether other potential sources have been considered or not, or if they could be.
Yes, I think it's not a different source. It's still road traffic emissions, isn't it? But you're specifically asking whether or not construction traffic and HGVs associated with that have been taken into account.
All the assessments to date have been on current and recent, not projecting what the impact of the construction on air quality.
I don't know if you followed that, Mr. Grubb, there. I think you're being asked about the potential for air quality impacts from construction traffic if this development was to proceed.
There was no request to consider a separate impact scenario by the local authority for construction traffic.
So do you mean that it would be a potential source of increased air quality pollution, but it wasn't considered because it wasn't asked for?
Well, I can't answer that question really, because I can't advise whether it would be, what level of impact it would be, because I wasn't asked to do it.
Okay. So we don't have any indication in any report that of the impact on air quality of any future HGV construction traffic. Thank you. Does it include domestic sources, for example, gas boilers, which most houses have? Has the impact of that on the air quality been assessed in and around the area of the schools?
No, it's not a standard requirement. They normally...
Could it be? Could it be assessed?
What normally happens is they normally set a emissions limit per boiler. But obviously, as technology changes, we're moving away from boilers.
Sorry, again, I'm sorry, it's not very clear, the sound, but my
Foster,
question was, could it be assessed?
I didn't hear that, Mr. Foster.
Sorry, my question was quite simply, could domestic sources of air quality pollution, could they be assessed?
They could be, but it's not a normal thing to be done.
Okay.
I.e. boilers. You don't normally assess a single individual boiler.
So they could be, but they weren't. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Did you see the live stream last week when we were talking about pollution?
Sorry?
Sorry, did you see the live stream last week of the hearing?
Yes, was this in respect to your ribbons?
Yes, indeed, sir. We took a small sample of ribbons that have been on the guardrail outside the school, and we put them in boiling water. And
Yes.
What we got was this from that small bag, which has got droplets of tar in the bottom. Sorry. Got droplets of tar in the bottom. You can probably see on the screen there.
Yes. Yes.
And when you shake...
We need a question, Mr. Foster, please.
Right, okay. So, having seen that, would you agree that ribbons from the safety barrier are around the head height of most of the primary school children or toddlers? Approximately.
Without measuring, I don't know, but I'd say roughly.
Okay. Well, okay, let me try a specific question. So, assuming the young children whose heads are level with those ribbons, would you agree that the children are therefore breathing in pollution?
Everyone will be breathing in pollution.
So, is that a yes?
Yes.
Right, thank you. Do you know, has any study considered the polluting impact of the loss of a mature oak tree?
This wasn't requested during the planning process.
Okay, so that's a no.
No.
Do you know what percentage of pollution matter is absorbed by a mature oak tree?
That'd be a question for an ecologist.
Okay, so the answer is you don't know. Yep. Do you know how long it takes for saplings to mature enough to compensate for the loss of a mature oak tree?
As per my previous statement, that'd be a question for an ecologist, so no.
Okay. Just for the record, the research we've done, so...
No, I'm sorry, sir.
No, yeah,
I really object.
it's not appropriate to give me your statement there. You've asked questions of this witness.
May I ask, sir, are we able to get an ecologist to answer those questions?
No, I'm sorry, sir. We asked specifically. I'm quite happy for my air quality expert to attend and give evidence, but we asked specifically at the case management conference whether any evidence was going to be given by the Rule 6 party in respect of air quality matters. What we had in the evidence that was produced was a general concern in respect of the monitoring locations and in respect of how the assessment had been carried out. That was the extent of the evidence.
Would you mind speaking to the microphone? We couldn't hear that.
I said that was the extent of the
Sorry, the whole speech, please. Couldn't hear it.
We asked at the case management conference for the Rule 6 party to be clear as to what its case was going to be in respect of air quality so that we could put appropriate provision in place for our witnesses to be available to answer the Rule 6 party's question. So we've done that based on the evidence that the Rule 6 party has provided in its statement, which raised a specific concern in respect of the points that have been put thus far to my witness quite properly by Mr. Foster. But if we're now extending the debate in relation to other matters which involve, for example, ecological points, so I'm afraid, with respect, that's going beyond the scope of the evidence that's been produced.
Yes, I mean...
Sorry, may I respond to that, sir?
Well, before you do, the point is, we did explore this at the case management conference, and you were quite specific that you weren't going to be putting forward air quality evidence over and above what was in the statement. And then as the run-up to the inquiry progressed, you did indicate that you were going to put forward a witness, and then you said you weren't. And so there is no evidence before the inquiry from the Rule 6 party on the points that you're now wanting to put forward, and certainly not the points that you're seeking to explore now.
Okay.
I mean, okay, I'll say no more.
Right. We are exploring air quality, sir, as we said we would in the case management conference. What we said we wouldn't explore was the impact on the conservation area.
No, that's not strictly true, Mr. Foster. You indicated about the conservation area, but you certainly gave no indication that the evidence from the Rule 6 party would extend beyond what was in your statement regarding air quality. You've already raised a variety of matters that are new to the inquiry in terms of ribbons and your jar. I mean, all of this information could have been put forward at the appropriate time, as is the norm with inquiry preparation. So it's not reasonable for you to now be seeking to extend way beyond that.
Could I say, please, sir, that we tried to have these discussions in the statement of common ground process and we were ignored?
I'm sorry, sir, that is a point that has now been made on numerous occasions that I have not responded to, but I'm afraid it is incorrect, as Mr. Pycroft will indicate when he gives his evidence. But, sir, really tried not to interrupt the Rule 6 party as points have been raised that have not been raised in evidence, because I accept that they are doing their best to present the concerns that arise to them, but there really is a limit in terms of what the appellant can be expected to deal with. And now we're in the realms of technical evidence, straying outside points where we expressly asked for clarification to be given at a much earlier stage. And I'm afraid to that extent, it is now at a point where I have to object to that going any further.
Yeah.
May I respond, sir? All the questions we've asked are about air quality, and we said we would raise air quality, and we have. If the witness is not able to answer the impacts related to the loss of the ability to absorb pollution by the tree, and then so be it. That's your decision, sir.
Information to that effect has been put forward. I can't remember where I've seen it, but in terms of whether it's interested persons' statements or whatever. So that information is before me, but we can't take it any further with this witness.
Fine, that's the end of my questions then, sir. Thank you.
Okay, you sure? Okay, thank you. Mr. Gardner indicated at the end of last week that he had a question that he wanted to put to. Yes, I think, Mr. Gardner, if you don't mind, if you can come to that laptop, I think that's the only way we're going to be able to work this.
I do have a few questions, if that's okay.
Oh, as long as they don't repeat points that have already been put.
No, they don't repeat.
So.
They're all important questions because people's lives and health are affected by this development. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Gardner.
Hello. Right, the first question I've got to ask is, it was brought up when I was speaking last Monday about gas boilers. This mostly controls around climate change, although it does affect local areas. But there's 662 properties being built, am I correct?
I believe that's what the application was for.
And they will all have a condensing gas boiler.
I don't know the answer to that, whether each individual property would have a condensing gas boiler.
Because looking at Blur's development so far, that's what they've put in. They've put no renewable energy boilers in. Now, you know, a condensing gas boiler produces more CO2 than the average boiler. It was a mistake that was made when they were bought out in 2000. And the average condensing gas boiler will produce 21 kilograms of CO2 per year. Sorry, that's what a fully grown tree will absorb. 21 kilograms of CO2 per year.
Mr. Gardner, I'm going to have to say to you, it's not going to be particularly profitable if you give a lot of figures.
Right.
Because that's you making a statement. What I need you to do is to cut through that. and get to the question that you want to put to this witness, and we'll see whether or not he's able to respond. If not, you'll have to just move on to the next question.
With those boilers, you will need to plant so many trees per year, won't you, to counteract the CO2 emissions? How many does the appellant plan to plant?
That would be that would be a question for an ecologist again, or the climate change consultant, not an air quality consultant.
I'm so sorry, sir. I think the scope of this witness's evidence in respect of the air quality matters that are set out in the statements and the air quality assessments, I'm not sure that these are points that properly go to his evidence.
Yeah, I mean, have you had the opportunity to look through the evidence that Mr. Rubb has put forward? No.
Never seen it.
No, well, that's really what you should be aiming your questions at. You should be questioning this witness on the scope of his evidence.
Okay, then. Right, we know there's an average of 18,000 cars use Yashington Road per day. And that's vehicles, actually, not cars. That's purely vehicles, every day of the year. Right, we start with the actual building, the construction. How are you going to stop the pollution emissions that will be coming out of there? CO, hydrocarbons, nitrous oxides, and particulate matter.
I don't understand what the question is.
Pardon?
How are we going to stop
I think
them?
you need to clarify what you're actually
What is the
asking
question?
there.
Right, the environmental impact of the construction machinery.
Yes.
What is that going to be? The levels of pollution from that machinery?
You're on about the stationary plant that will be moving across site?
Pardon? Sorry, I didn't...
Are you referring to the machinery that will be used on site?
Yes, on site, in construction machinery.
Appropriate machinery will be used, and it will all be, I assume it will all be set out in the construction environmental management plan.
So will there be an impact on that, yes or no?
There will obviously be a temporary impact.
Right, and do you know how much that is?
No, because it's not in the scope of our assessments, which we agreed with the local authority.
Well, according to the government's guidance in that should all be worked out.
I don't need your statements, right, Mr. Gardner, at this point. It's difficult, I know, but please try and stick to putting questions to the witness rather than making statements which may well be repeating matters you said when you made your statement.
Right. What actually method was used at the Anne Boleyn to detect air quality?
A diffusion tube by the local
so
authority.
They only check nitrous oxides, am I correct?
Nitrogen dioxide.
Yes. So what about PM2, PM10, which are even more dangerous local pollutants? None of that's been checked.
The local authority have no PM10 or PM2.5 monitors.
So with the traffic about, lorries and that, bringing materials in, taking them away, you don't know what their pollution levels are, do you?
Traffic scenarios have been modelled, which consider PM10 and PM2.5.
What have you modelled that scenario on?
The pollutants PM10 and PM2.5 have been modelled and are in respect to traffic. And are set out in the air quality assessment.
What figures have you used on PM2.5 and PM10?
Sorry, you cut out again.
What methods have you used to determine what P2.5 is and PM210 is?
You mean PM10 and PM2.5?
Yes.
The same method that we've used to model nitrogen dioxide. It's the same model. Emission factor toolkits provided by DEFRA.
But you didn't actually put in the correct method, quality in?
Sorry, you broke up again.
You're not actually using proper figures. You're only guessing that what
I'm
it's
not
going to be.
guessing. I'm basing it upon DEFRA emission factors toolkits, which is set out in the in both air quality reports. I'm not guessing, and it's based upon the traffic data provided.
Well, I'm afraid that is a guess because I've got the actual measurements of P2.5, PM2.5 and PM10 in the area. I needed those because I'm actually doing a university course on climate change and pollution. And these figures are accurate and they're virtually near World Health Organization levels.
I haven't.
I'm so sorry, sir, once again, and I do hesitate to interrupt, but once again, this information in respect of the air quality assessments has been before the inquiry and has been considered through the application process and publicly available for an extremely long time. And Mr. Gardner has given his evidence to the inquiry also. And we're now having new statements being put to my witness that are not reflected in the evidence that's been given.
I'm not quite sure. Mr. Gardner, you've already indicated that you haven't looked at the air quality evidence that's been submitted by the appellant. I don't know if you can explain why you haven't done that, but that's not really material here. The point is, the inquiry process requires evidence that's going to be relied on at the inquiry to be submitted in accordance with an agreed timetable. And certainly, just producing something out of a hat, as it were, when a witness is on the stand, isn't an appropriate way to deal with this. You have had opportunity, had you have so wished, to have put information in well before now. I think what you need to do, as I've said a moment ago, is rather than trying to introduce your own evidence at this extremely late stage, you need to put questions to the witness who's speaking to the reports that he has prepared.
Right. There is a reason I'm asking all this. So in actual fact, no correct, proper air quality measurements have done. They've only been models from DEFRA and other places. So there's been no equipment that's been produced down here to actually measure air quality, has there?
A modelling process has been undertaken and verified against a diffusion tube location, as per agreed with the local authority.
Diffusion tubes do not measure
Can you let the witness finish answering, please?
But we've used a standard methodology which has been agreed by the local authority to assess the impacts on nitrogen dioxide, PM10 and PM2.5.
Right, but they've not actually been measured, have they? So it's all on what the local authority has said.
Well, the local authority are duly obliged to monitor air quality correctly within their jurisdiction.
But they don't measure...
It's not a matter of what I've just said, it's more of a matter of that they have to be accurate.
But they don't measure PM2.5 or PM10, do they?
The local authority don't, no.
Which are considered now by the World Health Organization to be serious pollutants. Is that correct?
Yes, there is a World Health Organization guidelines that sets out some new thinking, but these have not been transposed into the UK standards in respect to PM10 and PM2.5.
Right. So the next question is, if you don't know the correct air quality pollution levels, you don't know what impact your building is going to have on it, do you?
As previously advised, the scope of the assessment was discussed and the methodology to assess PM10 and PM2.5 was agreed with the local authority, and it was deemed an acceptable approach, and it's the same approach I do across the country.
But you still don't know whether it will affect the people living in the area.
As I just advised, we've done an assessment on agreed approach, and concentrations have been modelled, and we're not seeing any exceedance of the standards, the current standards, air quality standards. So that would indicate that we're not having an adverse impact.
Right. Last question is, and I can find it. Are you aware of the High Court judgment in England and Wales High Court where a building developments and local authority were against each other on air pollution? The actual inspector turned down initially an inquiry because they could not come up with that answer, whether it would affect the levels, because they're near the main levels anyway, and then it went to High Court and it was thrown out then. Are you aware of that?
That's a rather vaguely put question.
Yeah, well, I don't want to read through the whole lot. It was a case on air pollution.
Yes, I know,
a few years ago.
I do understand what you're saying there, but at least the reference to the case would be needed.
Right, yes. It's the... You want the whole lot in the High Court?
Well, I go back to what I said a moment ago, Mr. Gardner. You've not raised this at all before, have you? This is, yet again, something that you could quite easily have put into the inquiry as part of any evidence you wanted to put in, any statement, at a much earlier date, and then I wouldn't have to be asking you to read out a reference number because I'd have that document in front of me. Not only that, though, the counsel and the appellant would have that document in front of them, and they could have given due consideration to the evidence that you're putting forward. It really is not acceptable to be springing things out of the hat at the last minute.
Even though someone's life could be affected?
That's not the point. With due respect, Mr. Gardner, the inquiry process has been set up for many months. Parties have, in the main, stuck to the requirement to submit the evidence at the appropriate time. I've been flexible in that I've allowed interested parties to put forward evidence at a later time. But you can't just spring fresh evidence on a witness whilst they're actually on the witness stand that they've never seen before.
Okay then, well, that will, if anything happens, that will be directed to the builder in the near future in claims. One more question I'm asking. In reality, how safe are the models? Are they 100% safe that you're using?
Sorry, say the question again. I didn't...
Right, the models that you're using
right.
against reality, how effective are they? How safe are they? Are they 100% safe?
All I say is that the DEFRA recognised dispersion model has been used. There's a DEFRA recognised dispersion model. I don't really understand what you're trying to ask me.
Well, you're doing a model on
Yes.
pollution. Is
Yes.
that 100% safe in reality? Either yes or no.
All I say is the model's verified
Correct.
against local monitoring data, so it's as accurate as it can be.
Okay, another way to put it, is it accurate?
Well, it's been verified and adjusted accordingly, as set out in both reports in the verification process.
So you're only going on what you're being told or what you've seen at DEFRA? Is that correct?
I'm going based upon the Rochford annual air quality status report, what's been reported.
Okay then, that's all I've got to ask.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gardner. Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Grubb. I've not been informed that anyone else wished to put any questions to you, so Ms. Reid.
Just a couple of questions in re-examination, Mr. Grubb, just to clear up a few points, please. Can you turn up the addendum air quality assessment?
Can you just give me the core document?
So, yeah, core document 2.1.
Bear with me, please.
Second. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I have it, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have that, Mr. Grubb?
Yes.
Right. I just want to clear up a couple of points with you, if I may. It was put to you that just bear with me a second, let me get the exact question. You asked a number of questions about, yes, the Amberlin Sutton Road monitoring location, and it was put to you that you won't get the same concentrations there as you would at the receptor points outside the school and the nursery. You recall those questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, and what you said was, well, it's within an acceptable distance to verify the air quality dispersion model. Now, just pausing there, can you just please explain how the concentrations in the model in respect of the receptor locations were derived, and then how the readings from the Amberlin Sutton Road junction are used to verify the model? So the distinction between the two stages of the assessment, please.
Yeah. So the initial process is to verify your model against known concentrations, i.e. the Amberlin Sutton Road diffusion tube location. So you obviously put your traffic in your model, consider other elements on top of that. Then you run your model and get your concentration out, and then you compare that with in this case, in the addendum, we did 2019 traffic flows, and we did against 2019 air quality concentrations. And then if it's not within an acceptable level of tolerance, as in the verification is within, ideally you want to be within 10%, but if you're not, you're allowed to do an adjustment factor. So then, once you've got your adjustment factor, you re-verify to make sure that you're correlating with the air quality concentration at the Amberlin Sutton Road. And if you are, you then run your scenarios. And then once you run your scenarios on these receptor locations, you adjust the output of the model by this adjustment factor you've derived during the verification. Then you do a few calculations to get your overall quantum of concentration at that receptor point.
Okay. If you turn up, please, paragraph 2.1 of the air quality assessment addendum on page 2.
Yeah.
What is the input information? What is the input information that is used to calculate the pollution concentration in respect of the specified areas that have been considered?
So you input highway width, average speeds, types of vehicles, i.e. cars, LGVs and HGVs, and then you put in meteorological conditions, which we used Southend Airport, which is, and all this was agreed with the local authority, the environmental health officer at the local authority.
Okay. Next point, it was put to you that while there have been a number of occasions, I think 3, where there have been exceedances at the Amberlin Sutton roundabout junction, and we can see those, can we, at page 10 of the air quality assessment addendum, paragraph 3.2.
Yes.
Right. Then if we look at the baseline air quality modelled results for the receptor locations, we can see that those have been assessed in terms of the 2019 baseline at page 11 and also at page 14 in respect of the 2029 baseline. You see that? Baseline concentrations. In respect of the modelled concentrations at receptors 11, 12 and 13, which are those outside the relevant schools and day nurseries, is there an exceedance of the annual mean objectives in relation first to nitrogen dioxide?
No.
No. And if we then look at the operational impacts, we have those at pages 16 through to 19 of the air quality assessment addendum. First point, in respect of nitrogen dioxide, do the predicted development impacts lead to exceedances at those or any other receptor points?
No.
And in respect of the percentage change, in the impact descriptor, is there above a negligible impact in respect of any of those assessment locations?
No, all negligible.
No. And in respect of PM 2.5 and PM 10, PM 2.5 and PM 10, it was put to you, well, those are effectively, I think Mr. Gardner said, guesswork in terms of how those have been considered. Can you please have a look at paragraph 3.4 of the Air Quality Assessment Addendum, page 10.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and in respect of PM 10, PM 2.5, where do the estimates in respect of background air pollution data come from, Mr. Grubb?
DEFRA.
Right, and
DEFRA background.
Thank you. And DEFRA data, what weight should be given to that data in the assessment process?
It's a standard methodology to use DEFRA background maps.
Thank you. Standard methodology to use DEFRA background maps. And if we then look at the annual mean concentrations in respect to the background levels for PM 10 and PM 2.5, do any of those exceed the relevant objectives, Mr. Grubb?
No.
No. And then if we look over the page, please, over the page to, just bear with me a second, yeah, page 17, table 4.2 and 4.3, where we have the predicted development impact on the annual mean PM 2.5 and PM 10 concentrations post-development. Do any of those exceed the relevant objectives, Mr. Grubb?
No.
No. And in terms of the impact descriptor, is there an impact at any of the relevant receptor locations that exceeds negligible?
No, all negligible.
No. And it was put to you by Mr. Foster that, well, you haven't measured it, you can't know. And you said, well, no. But in terms of the modelling and the verification process that you have undertaken, that you have set out clearly is in accordance with DEFRA guidance, what confidence can one have in the modelled outputs?
It's a high level of confidence.
High level of confidence, thank you very much. And then just to conclude then, please, do you have a copy of the planning statement of common ground in front of you? If not, I'll just read out the relevant point.
Not in front of me.
Okay, well, let me read it out just to speed matters up. And so it's, for your note, it's paragraph 5.23. Oh, sorry, just before I go to that, just one other point, please. You asked a number of questions about construction traffic. Just to be clear, in respect of construction traffic, are you aware of the condition where there will be a construction management plan, Mr. Grubb?
I'm not aware of it, but that is a standard approach.
It's a standard approach, thank you very much. And then if we consider what the local planning authority's response has been, and as set out in the Statement of Common Ground, it's paragraph 5.23.1, I'll just read it. It is agreed that the appeal site does not lie within or close to a designated air quality management area, and that the impacts from vehicle emissions that would result from the proposed development would be negligible. It is agreed that the air quality pollutant concentrations would remain well below their respective air quality objectives and targets, and therefore no mitigation is required. Any difference between you and the expert statutory consultee, the Environmental Health and the local planning authority in respect of air quality matters and the robustness of the model that's before the inquiry, Mr Grubb?
No, we're both in agreement.
In agreement. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Ms Reid. Thank you, Mr Grubb. This concludes this part of the inquiry, so we can end the Teams session, I think, now, and we'll have a mid-morning break so that we can move on with Mr Highcroft. So I make it 11:48. If we got a few things to close and move about, so if we go into, is 5 past enough time for everyone? Let's try that, can we? So I'll adjourn now and we'll resume at 12:05. We'll also review then progress and where we might be going with the rest of the inquiry. So I'll adjourn now and resume at 12:05. Thank you. Well, the inquiry is resumed, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Reid and Mr. Parkinson, and of course Mr. Foster, can I just have some thoughts as to progress? Obviously, we're a bit later through the day than I thought we might be when starting Mr. Pycroft's evidence. Are there any restrictions on the availability of this room later today? Yeah. What about participants? Is there anyone else, anyone who, basically, as ought to be apparent, I'm envisaging that we might have to be sitting a bit later tonight to get through all the business.
Yes, sir. I mean, is that me? No. If it helps, I think I indicated last week that in light of the evidence and the fact that Mr. Pycroft's not, as far as I'm aware, covering highways matters, I may well be in a situation where we put all our highways points to Mr. Blair and there's no questions left over for Mr. Pycroft. So it might be, as far as the council's involvement is concerned, that would be fairly quick, if at all. Okay.
Yes, I mean, you've given an hour estimate for Mr. Gascoigne. Obviously, Mr. Pycroft is subsuming Mr. Gascoigne's evidence, as it were.
Yeah, I mean, I've obviously taken into account the evidence given by Mr. Blair and Councillor Shaw, and in light of that, sort of what questions we would have for Mr. Pycroft. So I think the hour estimate was at the beginning of the inquiry, and obviously things move on in different ways.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see how it is, but that's helpful to know, because that may well shorten what I was envisaging we could be working to.
And so equally from my point of view, what I propose to do to speed matters up, and given the large degree of agreement with the points that I put to Councillor Shaw, is I'm possibly going to be putting points in relatively broad terms without going to each individual document again, because you have the references from my cross-examination, etc. I mean, Mr. Pycroft will obviously take us to the documents if he wishes to, but again, hopefully that will assist us just in terms of moving through matters.
Okay, let's move on. Mr. Foster.
Yeah, there were 2 or 3 questions from last week which would have gone to Mr. Gascoigne that I think we've deferred. We'll pick those up. I'm guessing probably an hour.
Yeah.
Any restriction I've got is I probably need to be out of here by about 5:30.
Okay, well, as I say, the longer we spend talking about how long we're going to be, we're cutting into the time, aren't we? So I don't want to do that any more than necessary, but it's helpful what you've told me all so far. So on that note, let's move on. So, Miss Reid, would you like to introduce your witness, please?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Pycroft, you are now giving evidence both in respect of planning matters and in respect of housing land supply matters. In respect of your background and qualifications, though, we can find that in the proof of evidence relating to housing land supply matters. And it's set out at page 1 of that document, so I'll just introduce you to the inquiry. You are Ben Pycroft. You have a BA Honours and Postgraduate Diploma in Town Planning from the University of Newcastle, and you're a member of the RTPI. You are a Director of Emery Planning. Is that correct?
That's correct. Can everyone hear me? Is that, Is that okay?
A bit, I think maybe just perhaps bring it a little bit closer.
A bit closer with the mic might be helpful.
Is that better?
Well, it is fine for me because you're facing me, but it's really those at the back of the room. But yes, I'm getting thumbs up. So.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Good. And you set out your duty to the inquiry at paragraph 1.5. Can you just please read that?
I understand my duty to the inquiry, and I have complied and will continue to comply with that duty. I confirm that this evidence identifies all facts which I regard as being relevant to the opinion that I have expressed, and that the inquiry's attention has been drawn to any matter which would affect the validity of that opinion. I believe that the facts stated within this proof are true, and that the opinions expressed are correct and comprise my true professional opinions, which are expressed irrespective of by whom I am instructed.
Thank you. Now, that was obviously in respect of the housing land supply proof of evidence that was produced. The proof of evidence was written by Mr. Gascoigne, who can't be here. Have you had an opportunity to consider that proof of evidence, Mr. Pycroft?
I have, yes.
And just to be clear, do you adopt the conclusions of it, or are there points that we need to turn to a little bit later where you perhaps differ a little bit from Mr Gascoigne?
Yes, the only difference, sir, is towards the end of the proof in terms of the weight given to different benefits, which I can explain in my chief. Other than that, then yes, I adopt the proof and its contents.
And just to be clear, you apply the same principles that you've just read out in the statement of truth, do you, to the planning evidence?
Correct, yes.
And did you have the opportunity to visit the site, Mr Pycroft, prior to today and giving evidence?
I have, yes. Yeah.
Good, thank you very much. Good, okay, now I'm going to start with the core strategy, please. And you'll recall from, and I'm not going to go to all of the points again, in terms of the paragraph references within the core strategy, but you'll recall from cross-examination with Councillor Shaw that it was agreed that the district's heavily constrained by greenbelt, ecology, and also traffic across the district. How does the core strategy plan to deliver growth in that context, please?
Yes, so essentially, as you quite rightly point out, and Councillor Shaw accepted, that the district is constrained by environmental and planning constraints, and as well as traffic. And what the core strategy does to address that is it identifies a settlement hierarchy, of which Rochford/Ashington is at the top of that hierarchy, and seeks to locate new development, including new residential development, towards or in a line with that settlement hierarchy.
Okay. And we know that policy H3 sets out a requirement for approximately 500 homes on the site. We referred in cross-examination of Councillor Shaw to the cogent land decision that's been produced by the Rule 6 party. To what extent is it relevant that the council and inspector were aware of the constraints on the highway network generally, which we've seen through the core strategy, and specifically in respect of Ashington and Rochford when making the allocation in respect of the appeal side?
Sure, yeah. Well, it's highly relevant that these issues, or the issues that have come up in the course of this appeal, were already considered at the time that the core strategy was firstly being developed, consulted on, with engagement with the public across the district, and also for the inspector, and ultimately, whilst those issues were around at the time, the site was still allocated to meet housing needs because, again, of to do with the settlement hierarchy and locating new residential development in sustainable locations.
And to what extent does the fact that the concerns, particularly in respect of the Hall Street junction and the railway bridge, to what extent does the fact that those concerns were known about at the time that the allocation was made say about the appropriateness of providing this quantum of residential development in principle on the appeal side?
Yeah, it says that because those concerns were known and the specific issues around that junction were known, that was taken into account by those preparing the plan and also those, or the inspector examining the plan and ultimately finding it sound for adoption.
Good. And you'll recall, and you might want to go to this, but policy H3 makes reference to appendix H1 and policy CLT1 in respect to the infrastructure requirements for the appeal site. And there was agreement with Councillor Shaw that all of those had been complied with in this case. Again, what does that say about the appropriateness of bringing the site forward for residential development?
Yeah, it says it's appropriate to bring the site forward because, as you point out, and Councillor Shaw agreed, that the policy itself directs you to the appendix and also the policy CLT1, which is to do with the planning obligations, and essentially links in which infrastructure and other improvements are required for that site to come forward. So by meeting the criteria set out in that list, it is appropriate for the site to come forward in accordance with the core strategy.
Thank you. And what weight should be given to the package of sustainability benefits? I'm just going a little bit out of turn here, but in that context, at the time the core strategy was adopted, the constraints in respect of the railway bridge were known. The strategy was to direct growth to the top tier settlements because those were considered to be the most sustainable locations to growth. How relevant and what weight should then be given to the package of sustainability measures that are proposed by the appellant here, having regard to the core strategy and the policies within it?
Yeah, it's highly relevant because it's in complete accordance with the strategy that's set out in the core strategy, in the development plan. And in terms of the weight to be given to it, significant weight, because that is in line with the approach taken, and also broadly, and then also specifically for this site because of the measure, the bullet point list in the appendix H1.
Given that those infrastructure requirements in policy H1 are complied with, and given that the Council does not take any issue, because it agrees that the proposal is in compliance with policy CLT1, for example, with the package of sustainability measures that are proposed here, what weight in the planning balance, and again, I'm just jumping ahead a little bit, should be given, what weight in the planning balance should be given to any residual known impacts at the Hall Street, at the Hall Street junction?
Yeah, it's limited weight to those impacts because of the reasons set out in the core strategy and indeed the cogent land case, that actually these issues were known about. The measures to address it were set out in the appendix H1 with a link through to the policy CLT1. And then therefore, by meeting those appropriate improvements that are set out in the appendix, bearing in mind that any issues at Hull Road were known about when the plan was adopted, means that those impacts are reduced in the overall balance.
Thank you. Just sort of moving on from that then, in terms of H3, given compliance with the terms of it, which was agreed by Councillor Shaw, what is the planned strategy for the release of the appeal site over the plan period?
Yeah, so the strategy sets out in this policy proposed extensions to residential envelopes post-2021. Of course, we are post-2021, so the core strategy envisaged this site to be actually under construction by now. If you look at the trajectory, it fully anticipated that this development would be coming forward to meet the housing needs that it had identified at the time.
Thank you. And then what that policy tells us is that the location and quantum of growth is to be determined through the allocations plan. And obviously the allocations plan has to be in conformity with the core strategy, in general conformity with the core strategy. Now, in respect of the allocations plan, that's where we see the allocation SER8. And there are two bullet points in SER8 that indicate effectively where more than 500 homes can be provided on the site. Councillor Shaw accepted that we are here in compliance with those two bullet points, i.e. the criteria in them are met. Your position, please, in respect of that, Mr. Pycroft.
Yes, so you're right, the paragraph 3.227, page 72 of CD 6.2, that we're referring to, and it sets out two bullet points whereby the minimum housing requirement that has been set out in the core strategy could be exceeded. The first is where there is the need to maintain a 5-year housing land supply, and obviously it's common ground here that firstly the council can't demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, but also I think importantly that this site would remedy that and assist the council in maintaining a 5-year housing land supply going forward. And the second bullet point is in reference to compensate for a shortfall of dwellings that had been projected to be delivered within the location. And you recall, sir, that in my proof, as in the proof with my name on the front of it, I've set out the trajectory and how housing completions have fared with that, and then gone into explaining this specific location, i.e. the Rochford Ashington location, where sites have fallen behind that trajectory, meaning that we've hit that bullet point as well. In fact, when I was looking back through my proof, I realised that whilst I'd referred to the appeal site and the West Rochford site, I hadn't in that context referred to the brownfield site at Stanbridge Mills. And you'll see, sir, in the housing statement of common ground that site has also slipped to beyond the plan period now. There's no expectation, but it further justifies the compliance with this bullet point, because there are clearly sites that haven't proceeded in the location in accordance with the trajectory, meaning that us coming forward for more units now is in compliance with that. And as you said, Ms Reid, Councillor Shaw agreed last Thursday.
And what do those bullet points tell us, if anything, about the importance to deliver housing on the appeal site in the circumstances in which we now find ourselves, i.e. no 5-year housing land supply, and other sites that are allocated in the plan have slipped in respect of the trajectory?
Yeah, absolutely. It's very important for site the left, those allocations left, of which I think we're the last settlement extension site left, to come forward to meet those needs that were identified throughout the development plan. So that's the core strategy and the allocations plan to pick up the slippage from others.
And again, just jumping ahead a little bit, given the constraints in the district, what opportunities are there elsewhere to make up that slippage, for example, through windfall developments in this district, having regard to, for example, the Greenbelt constraints?
Sure, it's really limited, or very limited, not least because of the constraints, but also obviously in preparing my proof and agreeing the housing statement of common ground with the council. The windfall sites just have not been identified. That the overall trajectory looks at SHLAR sites, strategic housing land availability assessment sites, and they're few and far between, as you could imagine, given where the plan is up to, and also the fact that when this was looked at the time of the core strategy, they needed Greenbelt release to meet the needs both up to 2021 and beyond.
Okay. And then we have, I'm just going to turn it up myself, just bear with me a second. So core document 6.2, SER 8, and then we have at 3.243 through to 3.248, we have the highways requirements of that policy, and we also see some points in respect of site capacity at 3.224. Councillor Shaw agreed that we were in compliance with those paragraphs. Just first general point, do you agree with that?
I do, yeah. I recall the exchange between you, and I agree with what the councillor agreed on Thursday.
Thank you. Second point, paragraph 3.248 and also paragraph 3.224, which are talking about actions to address the impacts of the scheme. Are those new requirements, Mr Pycroft, or is there a cross-reference back to the provisions of the core strategy policy we've just looked at there?
No, they're not new requirements. It's cross-referring back to the appendix. It's cross-referring back to policy H3, and within H3 to the appendix H1. And one can see that at 3.224 that the bulleted list on page 71 of the allocations plan mirrors that set out in the core strategy.
Thank you. So again, agreed that there is compliance with those parts of that policy. Your position then, please, taking all of that into account as to whether there is compliance with policy H3 and SER8 here.
Yes, there's full compliance with those two policies, yeah.
And Councillor Shaw's position was that full weight should be given to the compliance with the those development plan policies here, or full weight to the development plan policies here, and she accepted compliance with those policies also. Your position, please, as to the weight that should be attributed to compliance with those development plan policies, please.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Shaw following her, I agree with Councillor Shaw's answers there, that full weight should be given to the compliance with those policies.
Thank you. And then we have policy T1 and DM 31. And just looking at policy T1, please, policy T1. That's on page 107, core document 6.2.
I've got that, thank you.
Yeah, and first sentence there, agreed compliance with this by the local planning authority. Developments will be required to be located and designed in such a way so as to reduce reliance on the private car. Now, it's agreed that there's compliance with, well, all the policy, but this part of the policy. But in view of the overall strategy that's set out within the development plan, what weight should be given to the compliance with, firstly, that part of the policy, Mr.
Yeah, it should be significant weight because, again, it ties back into some of my earlier answers and those of Councillor Shaw last week, where actually the strategy seeks to locate development, including residential development, in sustainable locations. So where it says in the first sentence, development will be required to be located and designed in such a way as to reduce reliance on the private car, that speaks to the overall strategy and approach that was adopted in the plan.
And in respect of the appeal site specifically, any dispute between the appellant, the Highway Authority, and now the local planning authority's evidence given through Councillor Shaw as to the sustainability of the appeal site?
No, there's no difference between us, and indeed it was in the planning statement of common ground in terms of its accessibility credentials.
Yeah. And I think also there's a point in the statement of common ground with the Highway Authority also, isn't there, Mr.
There is, yeah, and in fact throughout the evidence, both written and oral, yeah.
Next part of that policy, we see, however, some impact on the highway network is inevitable, and the Council will work with the developers and the Highway Authority to ensure that appropriate improvements are carried out. The Council will seek developer contributions where necessary. And Councillor Shaw agreed that that part of the policy was also complied with, having regard to reading the development plan as a whole and the compliance with SER8 and H3 that we've just looked at. Do you agree with that, Mr. Pycroft?
I do, yeah. It's probably worth remembering that the policies in the plan would apply to different developments, but where you've got an allocation that's specifically listed in an earlier policy and the list of improvements that are to be seen with it in its appendix, i.e. the appendix H1, this policy speaks to those allocations for those directly to that specific list in the plan.
Thank you. And in that context, where those specific improvements that are set out within the allocation policies and with which Councillor Shaw agreed the appeal scheme would deliver, where those are delivered, what weight should be given to any residual impacts on the highway network having regard to policy T1?
Well, it should be limited weight because the policy firstly identifies that there will be some impact on the highway network, or rather some impact on the highway network would be inevitable, but goes on to say, well, you know, there would be appropriate improvements that needs to be carried out and linked again to developer contributions. So in our case, because we've identified in policy H3 with its appendix and cross-reference to the planning obligations policy, we're in accordance with the policy, and therefore any impacts would be given limited weight.
Thank you. And just in respect of the agreed position with Councillor Shaw, that relates to policy T1 and similar points made in respect of policy DM31, agreed compliance with that policy. Your position, please, as to what weight should be given to the agreed compliance with the development plan as a whole. Yeah,
it should be very significant because the plan, as we've established, looks to locate sites in sustainable locations in the highest tier of which we're in, then goes through and identifies how it would come forward, and then as a result there has to be compliance with the other policies in the plan, otherwise there'd be a bizarre tension which would mean that the allocations couldn't come forward. And back to the points made in opening and throughout Mr. Gascoigne's brief about how we're obviously in a plan-led system, and therefore a site coming forward in accordance with the development plan, both in terms of its allocation but also the application of policies, means that it should be afforded very significant weight.
And I just want to be clear about where your scale is, because all planning witnesses that I seem to cross-examine or examine in chief have different scales in terms of benefits. Very significant. In your scale, Mr. Pycroft, is there anything above very significant, or is that the top of the scale?
There's not, that's the top.
Good. And just to be clear, in giving very significant weight to bringing a site forward in accordance with the plan-led system, would there have been community engagement and a process for concerns to be taken into account in the balance that the plan struck through the adoption of the plan?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's a fundamental core of the planning system that communities and stakeholders are engaged in the process at the early stage, and the core strategy, we probably don't need to turn to it now, but the earlier sections of the core strategy talk you through that process through issues and options and preferred options and revised preferred options through to submission plan. Perhaps some of us more familiar than others, but the point being that there's plenty of opportunity for communities to engage and indeed will have engaged and voiced their concerns or otherwise through those processes.
And I think it was agreed by Councillor Shaw that the core strategy itself sets out that the overall distribution of growth was said to be a balanced and fair strategy. You recall those words in the...
Yeah, I recall those words, and it reflects the wording in the core strategy, and what it's getting at is predominantly location in the top tier of settlements, some sites allocated in the tiers below that, to avoid effectively large-scale development in the sort of outlying villages where they're traditionally less sustainable.
And is that an approach that's consistent or inconsistent with the framework, Mr. Pycroft?
It's fully consistent. It's absolutely consistent with the framework, which talks of a plan-led system and community engagement throughout.
Now, I want to have a think about the consequences of not bringing forward the allocation in accordance with the plan-led system. And so if you just put aside the development plan and take out the housing statement of common ground, please.
Just give me a moment while I locate that. Is this the housing supply and delivery one?
Yes, thank you, sir. Okay, now just a point of clarification before we look at consequences. You'll recall from the evidence given by the Rule 6 party that there was a comment that the leader of the council had said that housing targets had been met in the last 3 years by the council. Can you turn at page 6 of the Statement of Common Ground, please? I just want to be clear as to what the evidence is in this respect.
Yes, I've got that, thank you.
Sorry, what was the page again?
Page 6, sir,
Page 6.
and it's table 3. Now, first point, Mr. Pycroft, what we're looking at here is the housing requirement in the plan, the 250 dwellings per annum figure. Yeah,
That's correct, yeah, and it says in the title.
has that figure increased, stayed the same, or decreased following the introduction of the government's standard methodology?
Oh, it's significantly increased. It's now 362 dwellings per year rather than the much lower figure of 250 in the plan.
Thank you. Second point, we can see at the table that from, I think, 2017, 2018, there has been an exceedance of the core strategy figure. Has there been an exceedance of the LHN figure?
No, it's not, because you can see that all those figures that you've just taken us to there are below the 362.
Thank you. Third point, in respect of this point that was said to be put by the leader, what is the cumulative over or under provision against even the lower 250 figure from the core strategy?
So it's in the fourth column there and the and fifth column there, and the cumulative under provision in this authority is 829 dwellings, even against the lower adopted housing requirement figure in the plan rather than the actual local housing need.
Thank you. If we then turn up, please, the position in respect of 5-year housing land supply, which is at page 10. What is the agreed position in respect of the Council's 5-year housing land supply, on page 11, please?
Yep, so the agreed position is against the local housing need and a 5% buffer. The deliverable 5-year housing land supply extends to 1,537 units over the period to 31st of March 2026, and that equates to an equivalent of 4.04 years, which is row E of the table 8, and a shortfall of 364 dwellings in row F.
So just to summarise, is the council meeting the minimum requirements of national policy, Mr. Pycroft?
No, it's not. There's a significant shortfall against its 5-year housing requirement plus buffer.
We can see, bear with me a second. We can see at, what's the position in respect of future supply, please? Paragraphs 2.26 and 2.27.
Yeah, it's bleak because the council's housing trajectory, which probably don't need to turn up, but for your reference, sir, it's CD 8.04.
Sorry, 8.04.
Correct, yeah. The trajectory doesn't stop at the end of the 5-year period, but it goes on for another 5 years to the end of 2031. And even including 500 dwellings at the appeal site, those SHLA sites that I referred to previously, brownfield sites that are allocated in the plan that I referred to previously as well, you can see that there would still be a shortfall of 409 dwellings in the next 5-year period, which is expressed in paragraph 2.27 of this Statement of Common Ground.
And without the inclusion of the appeal site, what would the shortfall increase to?
Well, it increases to 909, and that again is assuming that all of those brownfield sites that have, I say all, the few brownfield sites that we know exist in either the allocations plan or the SHLA come forward, and obviously there's no certainty that they would, but even with those coming forward, there would be a significant shortfall against local housing need going forward.
Yeah, just one point of clarification, because I think there is a distinction in the statement of common ground and Mr. Gascoigne's evidence. So the statement of common ground records significant weight to the provision of generally of housing in the tilted balance. I think Mr. Gascoigne at one point says very significant weight. What weight do you give to the provision generally of housing in these circumstances?
Sure, I adopt the position in the signed statement of common ground, so it's significant weight to housing generally as recorded in paragraph 2.25 of this statement of common ground.
And just to be clear, you give, and it's agreed that the position in respect of affordable housing should be given very significant weight, which is right at the top of your scale. Can we just turn up, please, the parts of the statement of common ground dealing with affordable housing, which we see starts at page 7.
Yeah, I've got that, thank you.
How significant is the affordable housing need in this authority, Mr. Pycroft?
Well, it's very significant because what one can see on this table and this section of the statement of common ground, I think it was picked up with Councillor Shaw on Thursday, that actually the affordable housing completions over the entire plan period to date have only averaged 26 per year. And when that is compared to the need identified in the core strategy of 131 affordable homes per year, one can see a significant shortfall against that need of over 1,600 units, 1,603 units over the period, which is why, in my view, the weight to be afforded to affordable housing should be even higher than the general housing. So it goes up a notch to the very significant due to serious undelivery against need in the plan. And then also, as this statement of common ground explains, against the actual need that's been identified in the latest strategic housing market assessment.
And we saw with Councillor Shaw, that the figures that are given in the core strategy in respect of the housing waiting list have increased as compared to the information that's given in the emerging strategic options document, and that the affordable housing position in this district is characterised as one of the worst in the country. How appropriate is it, therefore, to ascribe weight at the top of the scale, Mr. Pycroft, to affordable housing delivery?
Yeah, it's very appropriate to do so, given those needs, given the status that the spatial options plan explains where the authority sits in terms of affordability in the country and the increased waiting list. And I can't remember the page number, but it's CD 6.4 is the spatial options paper, just for your reference, sir. I think, sorry, if I can just elaborate a little bit further, we can quite often get lost in the numbers, but these are real people on a waiting list that need homes now.
And what is the prospect of those homes being provided, given the remaining capacity in allocations and the constraints across the district that you have identified, what is the prospect of that happening?
Well, there's a limited prospect of those needs being met by existing sites, and you can see that in the statement of common ground. Myself and the planning policy officer worked on a schedule of sites that could realistically be expected to deliver affordable homes over the next 5 years, and that comes out as 471, which is in Appendix 1 of the Statement of Common Ground, compared to a need of 238 per year as set out in the SHMAR. So less than 2 years worth of need has been identified in the pipeline.
And of course that figure has to deal both with the newly arising need and also with the existing shortfall.
Yeah, that's just the need. That's just the need going forward. If one adds the shortfall on, as I've done in my proof of evidence, which is table 6.2 on page 25. And you'll see, sir, on there what I've done is I've set out what the affordable housing need identified in the SHMAR is, how many completions have taken place within the period that the SHMAR looks at, what the supply is that myself and the council have agreed going forward, and identified a shortfall at 2026 of 2,325 affordable homes.
Is a new plan coming to the rescue anytime soon, Mr. Pycroft, in this authority?
No, it's not. It's at an early stage in its production, and as recorded in the planning statement of common ground, therefore carries limited weight.
So limited weight to any particular policy choices in the emerging strategic option document. But Councillor Shaw accepted that whatever option is pursued, it's going to include, or it's going to need to include, existing allocations. Is that right? And can you just talk us through what the strategic options document says in that respect?
Yes, I can. If I can just turn it up, it's core document 6.4. And this is the Spatial Options Consultation Paper 2021. And just for the first reference point, within this, page 5 explains that the consultation ran for 6 weeks up until the end of September, or 22nd of September 2021. And I raised that because that was obviously after the committee meeting for this appeal. But when one looks at the 4 options that are put forward within this plan, options 2, 3 and 4 all build on the first option, and the first option is to effectively exhaust all of the housing supply within its existing settlement boundaries. So that includes any windfall brownfield sites, but it also includes allocations that have not yet come forward, including this site. So when one looks at strategy option 1, and I'm on page 53, and over the page on 54, it explains that 4,200 homes have been identified And then it says that includes existing planned housing developments, including sites with planning permission, sites allocated in our current plan, and other urban developments. So therefore, this site has already been included within strategy option 1, but because the 4,200 doesn't meet the local housing need in full over the emerging plan period, which for your reference here it's 7,200 units, the other options then go on to work out how that shortfall would be addressed. And you'll see, sir, in those other 3 options, it's option 1 plus greenbelt release in various with various different options as to where and why that would take place.
And is that approach that seeks to maximise non-greenbelt release prior to looking to greenbelt release consistent with the framework?
Yes, it's consistent with the framework. Yeah.
And Councillor Shaw agreed in those circumstances that it was inevitable that the appeal site needed to come forward to meet the critical housing needs of the district. Do you agree with that, Mr. Pycroft?
I do, yes. She did say that, and I agree with that, yeah.
And points were put to Mr. Blair in cross-examination that, well, and it's page 124, this document recognises that there are issues in respect of road connectivity. Yeah?
It does, yeah.
But nevertheless, continues to envisage that in any scenario, the appeal site is going to need to come forward to meet the critical housing needs of the district.
That's correct, yeah.
And in those circumstances, what weight should be attributed to the agreed position between you and Councillor Shaw for the local planning authority that it is inevitable that the appeal site needs to come forward to meet the critical housing needs of the district?
Yeah, it's significant weight. The site's clearly relied on, both within its current plan, but also its emerging plan, under any option.
And then we see this at the bottom of page 124. A comment that a strategy based solely around the private car is likely to simply reinforce current trends and we must put in place complementary measures that deliver a modal shift in both existing and new communities towards sustainable options wherever possible. Again, what weight do you give to the package of sustainability measures put forward by the appellant here, having regard to those comments in the emerging plan as well as the existing plan?
Yeah, it's significant weight because the sustainable measures will assist in terms of the development site or the appeal site itself, and also the wider area, and is completely in line with how the emerging plan sees new development coming forward.
Is an approach that appears to have been promoted at various points through this inquiry that, while sustainable efforts to improve sustainable transport options and to encourage modal shift might not work, is that an approach that is consistent with either the development plan, the emerging plan, or the framework?
No, it's inconsistent with all three, because you can see when looking through those documents that that's a core objective of both the development plan in its existing form and emerging form, and the objectives of the framework. Thank you.
And so just pulling all that together, having regard to the housing need, both affordable and general, that you have identified and that's agreed in the statement of common ground, what would the consequences be of not allowing the appeal site to come forward in accordance with the allocation?
Well, it wouldn't meet those critical housing needs that have been identified in the plan, and it wouldn't comply with the strategy that's also been set out in the development plan.
Good. In terms of in terms of third-party concerns, you have a section in your appendices where you deal with those. I'm not going to ask you to read all of them out because I'm aware of time constraints and they are committed to writing, but there's a table, isn't there? I think it's appendix, just for the inspector's note. Yes, it's appendix 2 of the planning proof of evidence.
Yep, correct, yep.
Okay, so I'll just a reference for the...
It is, and it also cross-references to the planning statement of common ground as well.
I'm just going to pause you there. Appendix 2 to the what? The house?
I'm so sorry, the planning statement of common ground.
Appendix 2 of Mr Gascoigne's proof of evidence.
Appendix 2 to Mr Gascoigne's proof.
Yeah.
Bear with me. Yeah, okay. I've got that one. And you say that cross-references to the planning statement of common ground?
It does, sir. So
sorry, just before you do, just rather confusingly, sir, when you open up Appendix 2, it's got a heading saying Appendix 1, but it's under the tab Appendix 2.
Yeah, it's under the tab Appendix 2.
It's under the tab for Appendix 2, and it's got the heading Other Material Site-Specific Policy Considerations, and then it deals with various points that have been raised by third parties. And sorry, you wanted to refer to the planning statement of common ground.
Sorry, yeah, I was just going to say that actually in section 5 of the planning statement of common ground, which is matters on which the parties agree, so that's the appellants and the local planning authority, you'll see, sir, that some of these headings that are in the appendix to Mr Gascoigne's proof also mirror and marry up to what's in the planning statement of common ground.
And any dispute other than in respect of highways matters that have been discussed at length, any dispute by the LPA that the any other impacts of the scheme can be adequately accommodated subject to conditions and 106 obligation?
No, that's the agreed position, yeah.
Yeah, now, just a point raised by the MP in respect of an appeal decision. I think it was the Raynham Secretary of State appeal decision. And don't need to go to it in detail. But firstly, was that a proposal that was in compliance with the development plan?
No, it wasn't. It was contrary to the Medway Council development plan.
Second point, were there landscape issues that were of concern in that case? And what was the position?
There was a difference between the two parties there, that whether there was a significant impact on character and appearance through landscape and visual appraisal.
Third point, you'll recall, I asked Mr Blair about, so I'm not going to ask you about, but his evidence was that, well, there were effectively two models that were being... his evidence was that there were two models, one used by the local planning authority and then one by the appellant. There was a dispute about which one of them was the appropriate model. I'm not going to ask you about the highways parts of that decision because it's not for your evidence. But taking all of those points into consideration, are there material differences as between the case before this inspector and that appeal decision?
Yes, there are material differences between that decision and the case here.
And what weight do you give to that appeal decision, taking into account those differences?
A limited weight when the appeal's read in full, including the inspector's report.
Good. Benefits. Now, just bear with me a second.
Can I just check progress? We've just got to 1 o'clock. Obviously, we want to finish,
Yeah.
Mr. Pycroft in chief, if at all possible.
Probably quite soon. We're nearly there, sir. Probably no more than about 10 minutes.
Okay, let's aim for no later than, say, 15:15 if we can.
So benefits, Mr. Pycroft, and we have your position in respect of, you've already given in respect of new housing in general. You've said significant weight.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Your position in respect of affordable housing, you've already confirmed very significant weight. Position, please, in respect of the community building. Now, I've seen Mr. Gascoigne actually describes this as moderate to significant at one point. That's his 12.20, but then significant later at 12.28 to 12.30. Councillor Shaw gives it significant weight. Your position, please, in respect of the community building.
Yeah, I give the community building significant weight because it can address, or it's got the potential to address the some of the points raised by third parties in terms of clinic admissions, and then within that as well, I tie in the parking facility that's adjacent to and as part of the community building as well.
Councillor Shaw disaggregated those two, but you effectively deal with them all as part and parcel of the same facility.
I do, correct. And in any case, there's agreement between myself and Councillor Shaw that significant weight should be given to that facility.
Thank you. And in respect of public open space, recreation space, pedestrian cycling links through the site, Mr. Gascoigne has different weightings for these in 12.18 and 12.28 to 30, but your position, please, in respect of the weight to be attributed to those.
Yeah, significant weight, because so whilst the public open space and links through the site, recreation land are required to serve the appeal site, there'll also be a benefit for the wider community. Which we'll see tomorrow is currently a site that isn't publicly accessible, and it's opening up that site to be able to be used by people wanting to come and enjoy the public open space and the areas of play.
Highway improvements and highway safety. Councillor Shaw accepted significant weight in respect of highway safety. Your position, please, as to the weight that should be attributed to highway improvements and highway safety.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Shaw that it's significant, the reasons that she was taken through last week.
Flooding. Position in respect of drainage, please. What's proposed and what weight you attribute to that?
Yeah, so I think it's probably best set out in the committee report, given that the flood risk assessment is quite extensive. But essentially, the flood and drainage strategy is looking to ensure that surface water is dealt with on the appeal site and won't make it worse anywhere else. But in addition, it actually goes on in the committee report, and I think the local lead flood authority expressed that actually there would be a benefit to some of those residents to the south of the site who currently experience some surface water flooding that wouldn't do once the scheme's built out. So a moderate weight.
Thank you. Economic benefits, and Councillor Shaw said lower than moderate in respect of economic benefits. Your position, please, in terms of economic benefits.
Yeah, I think it's the only one that we disagree on. So I adopt the position of my colleague that moderate weight should be afforded to economic benefits, which is to do with the generation of jobs throughout the build programme, including apprenticeships, which my client it uses up and down the country, and also the net spend that could anticipated to be generated that would effectively be spent throughout Rochford and the locality.
think we've picked them all up. Mr. Pycroft, in terms of benefits, let's just finally conclude with the balance that's required pursuant to section 38(6). Applications determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. And then obviously we have the tilted balance that's agreed to apply in terms of material considerations. So planning permission should be granted unless the any adverse impacts significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the scheme when considered as a whole. Your position, please, in respect of whether planning permission should be granted applying those tests.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Shaw's evidence last week that planning permission should be granted when the tilted balance is correctly applied.
And just pausing there, final point for you in planning terms, we have a position where the application was twice recommended for approval by the council's professional officers, and where following cross-examination, Councillor Shaw, giving evidence for the local planning authority, agreed that even taking the council's case in respect of highways impacts at its highest, so adopting that, her view, taking everything into account, was that planning permission should be granted. What weight do you give to the views of the professional officer and the chair of the council's planning committee giving evidence on behalf of the local planning authority in respect of the point that they all agree that planning permission should be granted?
I give significant weight.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So obviously we'll have a lunch and adjournment now, and then I'll turn firstly to Mr. Parkinson to see if he's got any cross-examination for you, Mr. Pycroft, and then see what the Rule 6 party have. We're coming up to 1:10. If we were to take 40 minutes, that would get us back to 1:50, wouldn't it? Is that okay with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that then. So I'll adjourn now. We'll resume at 1:50. Thank you. The inquiry is resumed, ladies and gentlemen. Just before we continue with the business, can I just mention for the conditions session later, I would hope that an updated version can be printed out so I have a hard copy in front of me. Is that going to be possible, please?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Because one of my comments was I wanted to see the reasons for the proposed imposition of each of the conditions, and that hadn't been on the schedule as I'd seen it to date, so it'd be helpful to have that. So I thought if I mentioned it now, if copying needs to be done or printing, then it can happen while we're having this session, hopefully. I don't know whether I've not got a printed version of that. So if it has to be a composite, then if I can have it at least both of those in hard copy form, that'll be fine. Thank you. Okay, so putting that to one side, Mr. Parkinson, have you got questions for Mr. Pycroft?
No, sir. I'll just leave this alone. No, we've reviewed very carefully over lunch what Mr. Pycroft said, and as I anticipated, the points that need to be covered have already been covered with Mr. Blair, so I don't.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Let's bear with me. Thank you. So, Mr. Foster, then, for the Rule 6 party, have you got questions for Mr. Pycroft on either his or Mr. Gascoigne's evidence?
Yes, I do, sir. I wonder if I could make a couple of points first before I get into questions. One is I've been passed something by a chap called Mr. Mick Vanner, who spoke last week.
Mr. Vanner spoke, yes. I mean, just let me be clear, though, what you're going to be doing now, because this part of the proceedings is questions to Mr. Pycroft on his evidence, not additional matters introduced. So what is it you want to tell me?
I'm just asking you, sir, whether you're prepared to accept this from Mr. Vanner. He's asked us if we could put it forward.
Well, I don't know what it is, and I think I'm unlikely to accept it because it's whatever it is, it's come in extremely late in the proceedings. Mr. Vanner's already spoken. I've got the evidence that he's put forward. I'm afraid that I can't have drip feeding of information like this. It's not.
I agree, sir. It's not mine.
It's not no. This isn't directed at you, but it's directed through you, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Mr. Foster.
I'm very much the messenger in that particular issue, sir.
Yeah, understood.
Right. May I make a point of clarification that is relevant to the subsequent questioning?
Okay.
When I spoke before about cumulative impact and whether SER2 and SER8 had been included in the Ringway Jacobs, I've re-examined that documentation and confirm that SER8 wasn't in that table of numbers. If you wish, I can bring that to the table and show the participants.
Well, if you've prepared it in written form, if it could be copied and handed in to myself and the appellants and the council, then that is something I can have regard to. But I think that would be the easiest way to do that.
I can, if it helps, refer to the pages in the document, pages 19 and 21, where it spells, there's a table that spells out the numbers. And then on page 20, that's page 19, on page 21 is a paragraph that spells out the SER numbers that relate to the three numbers in the column in the area 2015 to 2025.
Well, as I say, if what you're telling me that from is from a sheet that could be copied and handed in, that might be easier than just my simple note. So if that's possible, as long as Mr. Parkinson and Miss Reid also have copies of that, then it can be considered and responded to as appropriate.
Certainly, sir. So I'm first going to put forward 2 or 3 questions in relation to the Mr. Gascoigne part of the thing.
Okay.
I think we did touch upon them last week, and I'm not sure they got clearly addressed. So forgive me if I'm repeating, and if they were clearly addressed, then I'll withdraw. So the first question I have is, do you have evidence of mode shift from car to public transport resulting from developments for an area with similar socio-economic and geographical characteristics as Rochford District?
I'm so sorry to interject at the first question, sir, but points like that are highways points that should have been put to Mr. Blair, and we had an extensive discussion.
I did put them last week.
It was put to Mr. Blair, and well, it was put to Mr. Blair, and I have to check my notes, but you got an answer from Mr. Blair.
I believe it. I recall it being deferred to Mr. Gascoigne's representative speaking. But if that's not the case, then I will obviously withdraw that. Obviously, the answer that we got was not very significant. Facilities, I raised a question. Mr. Gascoigne describes a wide variety of facilities within walking distance as benefits of the location. And again, it was deferred. And so I'll pick out 2 or 3 of those. In terms of the hospital, what is the benefit?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? And
yeah,
so
sure.
Are you okay with me sort of facing away from you, as it were, just the layout of the room?
I think with the layout of the room, Mr. Pycroft, you'll have to, as long as
Sure.
you will obviously acknowledge Mr. Foster when you answer some of the points, but you'll have to turn away to get your documentation. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, in answer to your question, Mr. Foster, Mr. Gascoigne's proof of evidence sets out a list of services and facilities, amenities that are within walking distance of the site. One of them is the hospital that I think you took Mr. Blair to last week, but it's a sort of list to say a range of facilities are within walking distance. And that's agreed with the council, of course, because it's in the planning statement of common ground.
Okay. I understand what the purpose was. My question is, what is the benefit of that hospital?
Yeah, well, the benefit isn't specifically the hospital, it's the range of services and facilities that are within walking distance. So you recall last week with Councillor Shaw, and in my own chief now, that we were talking about new residential development being located in sustainable locations.
Okay.
And really it's a sort of list. It wouldn't say all housing needs to be next to this hospital, it's just a location that is within walking distance.
Let me rephrase the question then. Do you know what kind of hospital that is?
Well, I heard the exchange with you and Mr. Blair last Friday, it was, and it's a care facility. I understand, sorry, rather than a hospital within an accident and emergency.
It's a mental health facility.
Yeah.
And a care home, daily care home for the elderly.
I heard that.
I'm just trying to put the context in how that's been described as a benefit of this new development. Proposed new development. I'll move on to the next one. Thank you.
No, I want to hear the answer, please.
Sorry, all I was going to say is it's not something that we're providing. It's not a benefit of our site. The benefit of our site is the location that it's in, and as I said, therefore the ability for people to access services, amenities, things like perhaps visiting relatives or working at this hospital within walking distance.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to put into context what this... When one describes a hospital, one normally imagines something like Southend General Hospital, not a mental health care home. Right. Similar discussion. You talk about being in walking distance of the doctor's surgery. Current doctor's surgery is oversubscribed due to shortage of doctors. So being able to walk to somewhere that can't cope with the current level of population requirement, how would you describe that as a benefit?
Well, it's the benefit of the site is that it's in a sustainable location and you could walk to these locations. So sorry.
Okay.
But But the point here is, of course, we recognise that, and we're providing the land as part of the application for a care facility in its own right, and a financial contribution to existing places. So if that were to put towards an extension to this clinic, then, for example, people would be able to walk and access the facilities there.
I would agree it's a wonderful aspiration, but the reality is that hospital, that walking distance surgery has got empty rooms because they can't get doctors. So you're talking about a hypothetical thing for the future. There is a doctor shortage around here, and there's no sign of it being resolved. Farms.
Sorry, was there a question at the end of that? Because I can come back on the shortage of doctors.
I'm just reflecting on your answer.
Okay.
Holt Farm Schools, are you aware that the head teachers oppose the development?
Well, I've seen the correspondence from them. It appears to be related to highway safety and perhaps a perception of what those highway safety considerations are. And of course, as the inquiry's gone on, we've now got an agreed position with the local planning authority on that. I don't think that we've then had the reaction from the schools.
Okay, thank you. Cycling, again, it's one that I touched upon last week briefly, but I don't think it was satisfactorily answered, so I'll just re-ask if I may. Mr. Gascoigne described the site as having potential by cycling to reduce car trips of up to 10 kilometres. Is that correct?
I understand that to be the case. If I could just turn up the part of the proof. I think it relates back to some of the evidence in the travel
Sorry,
plan.
Mr. Pycroft, to interrupt while you're looking that way, because you're going back to the proof. Just give me the reference that you're going to.
Well, I haven't found it yet, sir, but it's Mr. Gascoigne's proof. And then I can see at page 33 and paragraphs 8.7 and 8.8. And there's a quote to one of the core documents, CD 6.11. And it says cycling has the potential to replace trips made by other modes, typically up to 10 kilometres, which I think is Mr. Foster's question to me.
My question was outside of the actual appellant site and the very nearby Rochford cycle network. What are the opportunities for people through cycle networks to use to get to the places that Mr. Gascoigne offered as examples?
Well, I think some of this is perhaps being covered by my colleague in his evidence and the travel plan that's appended to it. But the point is that it's connecting to the wider network, rather than saying specifically on cycle lane number X or Y.
Okay, but would you agree the wider network doesn't provide cycling facilities once you get outside of Rochford?
I'm so sorry, I'm just going to stop here again. I am afraid that if we're talking about cycle facilities, etc., those are points that firstly were covered with Mr. Blair and secondly relate to his evidence.
Yeah, you did put those points to Mr. Blair and you did get responses there. So really, it's only if you're asking questions that haven't already been put to one of the witnesses, or if that witness was unable to answer, then that's certainly legitimate to try the next of the appellant's witnesses. But
I guess I'm reflecting the point that they weren't very satisfactorily answered, but I'll move on. Again, one that was touched upon last week, Mr. Gascoigne talked about the area being well serviced by public transport network. Could you briefly explain the bus routes that run along Ashenden Road?
I think this again it's a transport point that you put to Mr. Blair.
Again, I'm sorry, I'm reflecting that it wasn't very well answered. Perhaps I should ask Miss Reid to ask my questions for me. It would probably save some time.
I think the point is, Mr. Foster, that you got the answers that were given, and clearly if they weren't the answers you wanted or were expecting, then I understand your position now. But I mean, the witness gave you the answers in his area of expertise that he felt were appropriate to the questions put.
Yes, sir. I guess I should have gone back on those questions or those answers at that point, but I was very aware that people were keen to get away and avoid the traffic. So I'll move on. New questions. Are you aware of the new highway code rules and guidelines regarding pedestrians and cyclists?
No, I'm so sorry. I know it's difficult for Mr. Foster, and I'm really genuinely, I'm not trying to. No. Sorry. The difficulty, sir, is that Mr. Pycroft and Mr. Foster. Mr. Pycroft is dealing with the planning evidence, and Mr. Blair was dealing with the highways issues. So, in terms of different areas of expertise, these points are points that either were made to Mr. Blair or that should have been because they were within his area of expertise. And I don't want my planning expert, who has got a different area of expertise, to be asked questions that should have properly been put to Mr. Blair.
That is a fair comment, and I would endorse that, because the point is the questions that you can legitimately put to Mr. Pycroft are those that relate to subject matter of his proof of evidence and Mr. Gascoigne's proof of evidence, as Mr. Pycroft has adopted that. So the information in Mr. Gascoigne's evidence that in some ways touches on what you're talking about, I think, Mr. Foster, is relates to the accessibility of the site. That's the point that you picked up on a moment ago when you talked about hospital and cycling and that. But they're not highway matters as they're not specific highway matters, I suppose is what I'm trying to say. Whereas when you start raising something relating to changes to the highway code, that clearly doesn't fall under any of the areas of expertise of either Mr. Gascoigne or Mr. Pycroft. So it's not a legitimate question to this witness.
Okay, sir, I would probably just make the point that had these things been generally publicised when we were submitting evidence, we would have done that, but we didn't. So I understand your point, sir. Can I move on to things that Mr. Pycroft did talk about, please? The core strategy identified the need for highway capacity on all of the significant developments in the local plan. Is that correct?
The core strategy identifies that improvements are needed in various locations throughout the district in terms of highways.
My question was, in all of the major developments in the core strategy and the different SER type numbers, it identified the need for highway capacity improvement. Do you agree with that?
I don't agree with that, because what we're looking at for this site, you recall Councillor Shaw was taken to this and she was in agreement with us, is the Appendix H1 to Policy H3, and it's those specific requirements for this site that's been sought to met, which if I can find it, I will direct
give me
you
the page
to.
reference when you find it, please.
Sure. An appendix in slap bang in the middle of the document, but it's page 56 of the core strategy. And in relation to this site, it says local highway capacity and infrastructure improvements, including contribution to traffic management of Ashington Road, and then 5 other bullet points, 6 other bullet points rather below it.
Sorry, could you repeat the first paragraph there?
So the first bullet point says local highway...
No, the first paragraph you read out, please.
I think that was...
Oh, that was it, I think. Appendix H1, for page 56.
The one that referred to local highway capacity, the statement you just made.
Yeah, it says local highway capacity and infrastructure improvements, including contribution to traffic management of Ashington Road.
Local highway capacity.
Sorry, and it's now in full agreement with this council that we've met that bullet point.
That's not my question. That policy said improvements to highway capacity and infrastructure. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yeah, correct.
Thank you. Does it say that SER 8 is exempt from that policy for highway capacity improvement?
No, it's asking whoever's
Thank
taking...
you.
Sorry.
I've given everyone the courtesy of providing an answer and qualifying it if they so wish. So, Mr. Foster, I do need to be able to make a note of what Mr. Pycroft is saying.
Okay.
Would you like to continue?
Thank you. It does say that, and what I was going to say is there's an expectation that all of these bullet points will be met when the site comes forward, and there's agreement with the authority that we're doing so that.
Okay. So you're saying there wasn't an accept SER 8 on the highway capacity improvement issue?
You asked me, was there an exception for this site?
Hang on a second. Sorry, ladies.
Sorry, sir. So you asked me, was there an exception for this site not to meet that bullet point? And I was saying, no, it's expected that all of these bullet points will be met when the site comes forward.
Right, thank you. Could you point me to any evidence that the either the local planning authority or the highways authority tested the cumulative impact of SER2 and SER8 against the definition of severe?
Well, obviously we've got this statement of common ground with the Highways Authority that confirms that it's not severe, and they would be, and we've got the statement of common ground with the local planning authority saying that it's not severe, or their technical highways witness. And sorry, I was just going to say, and both would be aware that SER2 was online, as it were, being delivered.
That wasn't my question. My question was, have you got any evidence that either the local planning authority or the highways authority tested SER2 and SER8 cumulatively against severe impact?
Well, I would say yes, we have got the evidence, and that's the statements of common ground.
Could you point where in that it says it's tested the impact cumulatively against severe?
Well, it doesn't say that in the statements of common ground, but my point is both the Highways Authority and Mr. Flexman, on behalf of this authority, would have been well aware as to where SER2 was up to in terms of its assessment of this site coming forward as well.
Could I point you to the Right Honourable MP Mark Francois' evidence on Tuesday last week, where he met with the Essex Highway Authority, who explained in a meeting that they didn't have a definition of severe. Could you confirm, can you demonstrate where Essex has a definition of severe?
Right, I'm going to, I'm afraid, interject again, sir. We're going back again in respect of matters to do with the Highways Authority and the definition of a severe residual cumulative impact. And again, this goes to Mr. Blair's evidence in respect of Highways consultation responses.
Yeah. I'm trying to be as flexible as I can, Mr. Foster, but you can't simply try and put the same questions or questions that are more appropriate to one witness. You can't just try and put them a second time round to the planning witness.
Right, I recognise that, sir, as a fair point. The problem is we're trying to draw out answers that weren't given before, but I'll have to move on, obviously. Mr. Pycroft, you talked about flood risks. In my evidence last week, I demonstrated examples in my evidence of flood risk, and I was not cross-examined on that. So do you believe my evidence was wrong?
I don't know is the answer to that.
Okay.
But what I do know is that obviously the risk of flood on the appeal site and locality, or as a result of the site coming forward in the locality, has been fully assessed by the county's local lead flood authority, and have got no objection, and in fact considers that there's a benefit. You heard me say that in chief. It's in the committee report.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to the appeal that was rejected in Kent by the housing inspector, despite there being a housing land shortfall.
Which appeal are we talking about, and
it was,
where am I going to find it in?
It was appeal reference MC/19/1566.
Yeah, no, I mean, in terms of the evidence before me, where is it, please, just so I can have it in front of me? Is it part of your documentation?
Sir, if I could assist. So I think in fairness, the Rule 6 party appended or made reference to it in their additional letter, and then the MP sent in the Secretary of State's decision letter, and then we followed that up with the full report. I don't know whether it's been printed. I suspect you don't have it with you.
None of that's found its way to me.
Yeah, that was last week, yeah.
Yeah, as I say,
I think we printed this, but haven't actually handed it up to you yet.
Yes.
I'm told.
I couldn't recall whether I'd seen it. I thought I hadn't. Is it to hand now or not?
It's in the other room. We can run and get it.
Okay, can we, if you put your question to Mr. Pycroft, but if it can be obtained whilst you're doing that, then I can catch up. So if you give me paragraph reference numbers as you're asking your points of Mr. Pycroft, please.
I don't have the paragraph reference, so I'd have to refer to that document from the MP. Okay. So my question is, are you aware of that rejection?
I'm aware of the appeal decision, yeah.
Are you aware?
Sorry, Mr. Foster. Just so my notes are going to be comprehensive when I revisit them, or rather understandable when I revisit them later. Is this the appeal decision that Mr. Pycroft was taken through in his evidence in chief? It is, yes. So the notes that I made at that time relate to that one. Okay, as long as I've got that clear in my head. So sorry to have interrupted you. If you'd like to start that again.
Are you aware of the inspector's main reasoning for rejection?
Yes. There was several reasons, rather than there just being one main reason that is explained in the inspector's report.
That the highways impacts was severe.
The highways impacts and the finding of a severe impacts was one of those reasons, but as you'll appreciate given that you've read the report, the inspector actually says even if the highways were acceptable, the appeal would be dismissed because of the loss of it was a big orchard, so it's the loss of the best and most versatile agricultural land and the landscape harm. So my reading of it is, forget about the highways. This site was going to be refused on the loss of BMV and the landscape alone.
Your reading of it.
But in fairness, when you asked me, you were aware of the main issue? If I had to say a main issue, it would be the combination of the BMV and the landscape, albeit there are other reasons as to why the appeal was dismissed.
Okay, thank you. Much has been mentioned about housing shortage, housing planning shortage, allocations and so on. Are you aware of what the inspector said in that Kent appeal in relation to the housing shortfall?
I understand that there was a shortfall. Sorry, I'm just thinking, do I know Medway? No. But I don't know the context as to whether it was the same or similar to where we are now. I know that they didn't have a 5-year housing land supply, that's correct, but I don't know in terms of whether, we know that it wasn't an allocated site there, and here we're talking about an allocated, the last of the allocated sites to come forward to meet the requirement.
Perhaps I can just help to clarify that before moving on to my next.
Just before you start to clarify, I sense that Mr. Parkinson's got something to hand up to me. So
I have. Unfortunately, we've only got one copy, but if that's okay, I'll hand this to the inspector.
That's fine.
Yep.
So this is the inspector's report and the Secretary of State's decision.
Yeah, it's the whole thing.
Thank you. Well, if you've only got the one copy and others wanted it, do you want me to give it you back so that it can be copied? I mean, basically, I want to have a copy of it. Okay, yeah, okay. Put that to one side then for now, if you're moving on past it. Thank you. So, apologies again, Mr. Foster, for stopping you mid-flow,
No
but...
Yeah, one of the things the inspector said is that the appellant had argued the case about shortage of land supply, okay? And the inspector said that each scheme needs to be considered on its own merits without knowing in detail what any other impacts might be elsewhere, i.e. the shortage of land supply would cause pressure somewhere else in the district. So he said, this is not a consideration that takes the appellant's case any further. So would you agree that the same logic should apply here?
No, because the reasons I was given in my chief are that where we are here is that there is a shortfall in the housing because this allocated site, i.e. SER 8, hasn't come forward. Whereas in Medway, the issue was that, okay, there was a shortfall in the 5-year housing land supply, but that site was unallocated in the development plan. It wasn't a development plan like we have here that's wholly reliant on the site coming forward.
If there wasn't a shortfall elsewhere, would that then mean that the logic that applied in Kent should apply here?
I don't think that that's correct, I'm afraid, because do you mean a shortfall where if there's a shortfall in Kent, it's clearly not material to us here.
If there isn't a shortfall here, I'm going to challenge some of the arguments. If there isn't a shortfall here, would you agree that the logic that was used by the inspector in Kent would be equally sound here?
No, because the shortfall, I think we're talking at cross purposes. There's a shortfall in the 5-year housing land supply in Kent, in Rainham, and in Rochford. That's one consideration. But also here, there's a shortfall in the plan period supply because the allocated sites, i.e. our allocated site, hasn't come forward.
Okay, can I come on to talk about that or ask questions about that, please?
Yeah.
First of all, do you agree that the housing need figure was an imposed figure, not one calculated by the local planning authority?
I agree.
Imposed by the East of England plan.
I agree that the figure came from the regional assembly. I think imposed. Well, I suppose yeah. I agree that the East of England regional assembly set the housing requirement for Rochford, and as you'll have heard in my chief, actually it's significantly lower than what the government would set the figure as.
Okay, thank you. In your proof of evidence and the discussions earlier, you described a housing shortfall. How many is that shortfall versus the adopted housing requirement? What's the housing trajectory shortfall through to 2025?
So you've seen the housing supply and delivery statement of common ground. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's agreed, in answer to your question, the shortfall to 2025 is 331 dwellings, which is paragraph 2.6 of that statement of common ground, just for the inspector's record.
Okay. 2.6.
Yeah, and 2.6 is the paragraph, and 331 is the agreed shortfall with the authority.
Okay, thank you. 331. Are you aware that in November 2021 an appeal was won by a developer to build a retirement village of 222 homes in Cherry Orchard Way, Rochford?
Well, I am, because you mentioned it earlier on in the inquiry.
Thank you.
But if I can just comment on that. So that site isn't in the council's trajectory, but I had a look at the appeal decision, and obviously it's an outline consent. And you'll be aware from my proof, as in the one with my name on it, that there's specific criteria for sites with outline consent to be considered deliverable. And if it were to be included in the trajectory, you would need clear evidence that that site was going to come forward, i.e. confirmation of a reserved matters application coming in, a developer wanting to approve it. And sorry, just another point on that. So the inspector's clear. You said 222 units. I think homes. Yeah, half of the permission is C2. So I don't know if you're aware, but you don't treat a C2 unit as the same as a home, and you apply a ratio to it. It's not as simple as saying 222 homes are coming forward on that site. You actually divide it by 1.8.
Okay. We'll move on. I think we can still address that issue. I don't know whether I'm allowed to say this, sir, but I talked to the developer who's bringing reserve matters application forward in June and expects the development to be completed in 23-24. So in statement of the common ground, it identified a further 222 dwellings by coincidence in the land north of London Road, west of Rayleigh, approved subject to 106. You're nodding in agreement, yes?
Yeah, well, I can talk about that if you like.
I'll check first. Are you aware that this Section 106 agreement was approved last week?
I am, yeah. Again, you mentioned it last week, but those units don't address the shortfall in the plan period.
Well, we'll come on to my version of the maths in a moment. Okay. Are you also aware that Bloor own that land with the 222?
They're one of the two developers on there, yeah, correct.
The 222 extra bit is Bloor, as I understand it.
I thought actually it was in Countrysides, and the two developers were working together on the site. But I'm not sure.
I'm told that Bloor bought it from Countryside, but okay. So, would it be reasonable to assume that if the Bloor application for SER8 is rejected, they'll have capacity to build the 222 extra homes?
No, it doesn't work like that, and also it's in a separate part of the borough. But the points that you raised before about, well, actually this plan period shortfall will be addressed by the Cherry care home and the the appeal decision that you just taken me to, and the London Road site is not right, because obviously that London Road site is already under construction. It's already in the trajectory up to 2025, and those additional units will follow after that. So again, the inspector's record, the trajectory is CD 8.04. And you'll see in that, Mr. Foster, that there's 500 odd units that are currently under construction take us up to 2025, and anything additional will come forward beyond the plan period.
Could I talk to Table 7 on the Statement of Common Ground under SER1, where it describes the application for a further 222 subject to S106. Though 222 isn't included in the number in the column that is added up.
That's absolutely correct, but what I'm saying...
So they're not in the trajectory. The 550 are, but not the 222.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The 222 are not in the trajectory, but nor would they be expected to come forward by 2025, because the 550, when you look at the actual trajectory, the big spreadsheet that I agreed with the council, CD 8.04, you'll see that there's 4 years of full completions on that site. One doesn't just add in the 222, it's an extension of the site that would go on beyond the plan period.
Okay. And perhaps I'm being oversimplistic as not being a builder, but if Bloor don't get approval for SER8, does that not free up their resource to rather more quickly develop the 222?
No. Bloor Homes build 4,000 homes a year nationally. So one of those sites is the London Road site, and they're hoping that one of the sites to make up that would also be Ashington Road. It's not a straight swap.
but they would be expecting to get the resources to develop the Ashington Road site. What I'm suggesting is if they could get them for that and it's not approved, surely they could get them for the 222 Northwood London Road.
No, and it doesn't work like that for the reasons why I gave on the trajectory.
Okay, I must say I find the maths difficult to understand on that simple matter. The other thing, the figures in the trajectory don't include windfall numbers, is that correct?
Well, they include windfall sites, as in site. So you're aware that windfall sites are sites that aren't allocated in the plan.
Yes.
Okay, so within the current trajectory, there are windfall sites, i.e. sites that are being developed or have got planning permission that are not allocated in the plan, but there's not an additional windfall allowance because there's a specific test that authorities need to meet to include a windfall allowance, and this authority can't demonstrate that evidence. Would
you accept that the authority doesn't know every windfall site that's going to come along in the next few years?
Well, every authority is the same. I do accept that an authority doesn't know by their nature windfall sites, but what the test is for compelling evidence of past trends to demonstrate that they're likely to come forward. And in this authority, there isn't. I mean, you've seen the completion figures that have been achieved. It's perhaps, when you look at those, it's perhaps no surprise that there isn't the compelling evidence that windfall sites have come forward at a rate to justify a further allowance.
How many do you think have come forward each year on average for the last 5 years?
On windfall allowance, I don't know. I could probably find that out.
I can tell you it's 49. And interestingly, on the since our first evidence was submitted, the planning committee's approved 39 in central Rochford that weren't on any plan anywhere.
Okay, yeah.
So my point I'm getting to is we got 222, which you say for the retirement village is less than 222 because some of them are care home places, mostly not. 222 for north of London Road and 49 per annum windfall sites. Okay.
No, because if I can just answer your point on the windfall sites, I think we're talking at cross purposes. So there are already windfall sites. You're saying that the average completion rate on windfall sites in this authority is 49. Okay? Now, in the trajectory, there are already a chunk of windfall sites that are expected to come forward. So they will replicate your 49, i.e. they're already included in the supply, they're already included in the trajectory. We're not talking about an additional 49 coming forward and meeting this shortfall. The evidence just simply does not exist here.
How many are included in the coming 5 years?
Well, the 5-year supply is 1,500 units.
No, I'm asking how many windfalls are.
No, I know,
but I think if you give Mr. Pycroft a chance, I think he's finding that information for you. I was just starting to make a note of that.
Yeah. I mean, for an exact figure, we'd have to look at the trajectory and be able to set that out, sir. But we know that the 5-year figure is 1,537. And then in the trajectory, there are already...
What CD is that, please?
Sorry, that's 8.04. You would have to remove the allocations, which is London Road, the few that are left on SER2, etc. And my point is that there would, I would imagine, you'd only need to find 250 to meet your 49 per year, and there will be more than 250 windfall sites already in the trajectory. Do you want me to have another go?
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I know from my own experience of relatively new experience in terms of planning, but windfall sites come up that are not in the plan, not in the trajectory.
They do, and there's no dispute that they have come up and are in the trajectory. Any dispute would be if there was, if you're inviting the inspector to make an additional windfall allowance. I'm suggesting that the evidence just isn't there to to satisfy that. And in fact, that was a point that we agreed with the council in removing their windfall allowance from the 5-year supply.
Okay, we're not going to come to an agreement, are we?
Well, I've left my calculator in my bag anyway.
We've got, my suggestion is that you've made a clear statement that 331 is a shortfall in the trajectory. I suggested that there are various mitigations that say that that shortfall would be covered. And I just add one more point, if I will, sir. Following the Leader of the Council's statement about Rochford having over-delivered in the last 3 years, I took the trouble last night to check, and the Planning Policy Communities gov.uk website shows the housing delivery test for 2021. It says Rochford, through the period from 2018 to 2021, achieved 103% versus the proposed delivery. And the consequence is none. Whereas if anybody's short, it requires them to take an action plan. So the leader's statement about over-delivery is evidenced by the government's own website.
I don't know if there's a question for Mr. Pycroft there, sir. I don't know if there's a question for Mr. Pycroft.
I was waiting to see if there was a question to Mr. Pycroft. There's nothing that you're putting to Mr. Pycroft to respond to.
Okay, I'll ask a question then. Mr. Pycroft, would you agree that the local government, the housing, the housing department, the planning policy and communities department of the government.uk is a reliable source for gaining information about district council's achievement of building?
Yes, insofar as it measures the housing delivery test on an annual basis per authority.
Okay. You would agree that is a good source?
Yes, insofar as it measures housing delivery test against the mechanisms in it. But you'll be aware, and the leader will be aware, and hopefully the inspector's aware, that the housing delivery test only looks at the last 3 years on a specific measurement to work out whether, for example, the buffer should be increased from 5% to 20%. But what we've got in the statement of common ground is an agreed position that across the plan period, so since 2006, there's a huge shortfall of 829 units, and the plan period requirement isn't going to be met, and hence the 331 shortfall. It's a slightly different, it's a very different way of sort of measuring the delivery. Housing delivery test is one measure against the development plan, and the council's performance of meeting this requirement is another.
Okay, that's the government's measure, yes?
The government produces the housing delivery test, but there's also an expectation on this authority to deliver the housing that it's set out in its core strategy.
Okay. You've talked about housing 5-year land supply shortfall. Are you aware that the development of the new local plan is paused?
I'm not aware that the local plan is paused, but what I would say is that flies in the face of everything that government is expecting of this authority to do, i.e. keep a plan, produce a plan every 5 years, keep it up to date, then produce a new one. I'd be very surprised if that was the authority's position. And in terms of, in relation to 5-year housing land supply, clearly the authority is going to hamper its ability to meet a 5-year housing land supply if it doesn't get a new plan in place.
Okay, we're not suggesting for one moment there won't be a new plan. We're saying it's paused. The reason it's paused, and I showed in evidence, is a letter from the Leader of the Council and the Planning Portfolio Holder and the Leader of the Planning Policy Committee challenging the numbers.
Well,
I'm so sorry, sir. This is brand new evidence now.
No, it isn't. It was in the submission of evidence on the 23rd of December. Just
take me to which attachment it was. I do recall seeing a letter along the lines of what you just referred to, Mr. Foster. So
I
just
think it was attachment 1, sir, from the top of my head.
no, attachment 1 was your Jacobs report, I think. But
Oh, no, sorry, sir. It's the attachment 1 to the additional letter from the Rule 6.
Attachment
right,
was the letter
yes.
from-
Bear with me while I turn that one up.
So I think it's the letter dated 1st of November 2021.
Correct. It was attachment 1 from the 23rd of December submission.
Yeah, again, I've not got it yet. Just bear with me. Not sure. I think it was one that I asked to be handed in as another copy because I hadn't got a copy of that with me, so I still haven't got that, although I am conscious of the fact that I've seen it. I think that, Miss Reid, do you have it?
No, but if Mr Pycroft's got a copy, I'm happy for him to be asked because he's the one that needs to see it.
Okay.
And if I need to look at it later, then...
Yeah, as I say, I know I've seen it. I can't put my hand on it now, but as long as you take the questions slowly so I've got the right notes, Mr Foster, and Mr Pycroft will give you his response to it.
Okay. So my question was, first of all, are you aware the local plan is paused, not stopped? It's paused slightly pending these clarifications. The letter was to the department, to Right Honourable Mike Gove, was challenging that numbers were being imposed. And the letter from the Housing Minister, Honourable Christopher Pincher, MP, came back stating, whilst the NPPF does define a method for calculating local needs, gives a starting point for local authorities, it emphasises a local housing need does not set a target for the number of homes to be built. Now, the local plan process, which was started about 2 years ago and is slowly going forward, includes about 200 sites that have been offered by various landowners. And they were in, I think the spatial options document was mentioned by Mr Pycroft, but would you agree that that spatial options was only a consultation paper at this stage and it wasn't recommending anything particular?
Well, two points. So firstly, you asked whether I knew that the plan was on hold. There's nothing in the letter from the leader to say that he's putting the plan on hold. He might be contesting the method for calculating local housing need, but he doesn't say that he's putting his plan on hold. And in fact, the response from Mr Pincher...
Sorry, I didn't say on hold, I said paused.
Okay, well, paused. And in fact, the letter in response from Mr Pincher, MP, is an invitation for this authority to get on with its new plan. So, and through that, set a housing requirement, slightly different from local housing need, but set a housing requirement that it thinks it could do. And then in answer to your second question, I'm sorry, I forgot, I forgot what it was.
What I'm trying to get to is how, given the situation that in terms of the local plan, the comments made in the spatial options, spatial consultation, and the fact that we've got 200, or approximately 200 sites put forward, how can you be describing the shortfall in future land allocation?
Yep. Sorry, forgive me, it's come back to me. You asked me whether the spatial options paper was a consultation document. Yes, it is a consultation document. We don't know what the final figure is going to be for Rochford, but what we do know is that the government standard method comes up with a figure over the new plan period of 7,200 units, and the supply, including the appeal site, only identifies 4,200.
I asked my question again. We've got a local plan in development, paused, as I said, for the reasons I explained. we've got approximately 200 sites offered, and going through the consideration through the spatial options and the officers working on the analysis of them. How can you claim when we're at that point in the plan that there's a shortfall?
Well, I can claim it because the council's own document says that there's a shortfall. So you're aware of the spatial options plan, and this council, its planning policy committee and their members agreed that that plan should go out to consultation, and then the full council agreed, and we heard from Councillor Shaw last week that it should go out to consultation. And you heard what I said in chief and what Councillor Shaw agreed on last week, that every single one of those options identifies a minimum of 4,200, but the plan recognises that that isn't enough. So those 200 sites that people have put forward might come in options 2, 3 and 4, but every single option relies on existing allocations such as this site coming forward, and that's the council's position.
I am aware of that. I'm a member of the Planning Policy Committee. I'm very aware of that spatial options plan being put out to consultation. But does it not remain the case that we have not yet gotten to the point of identifying the allocations to support whatever the need might be?
Well, correct. You don't.
Sorry, that doesn't mean we won't get the number.
Correct. You don't know what your housing requirement is, but you know that the government policy is that every authority must meet its local housing need. You know what that local housing need is, and as a member of the Planning Policy Committee, you would have accepted that existing allocations would come forward to meet the 4,200 in every option.
Can you explain, please, for a plan that is in development with 200 sites put forward, you can definitively say there's a shortfall?
Well, I can't, because you
your evidence.
No, we're talking at cross purposes. The spatial options paper might say that 200 sites have been put forward. If every one of those 200 sites is allocated and then the authority approves planning permission on those allocated sites, then clearly they will come forward and there wouldn't be a shortfall. My evidence says that there's a shortfall based on the council's trajectory, and then as we've discussed in chief, the spatial options paper itself identifies that there's a shortfall and greenbelt land will be needed to address the local housing need. Not in addition to those 200 sites. Those 200 sites would assist in meeting those options, but would rely on greenbelt release.
They haven't been analysed yet and haven't been allocated. How can you say there would be a shortfall? Is that not a presumption on your part?
No, it's not, because we know what the government standard method is for calculating local housing need, 7,200 units, and we know what the existing supply is, 4,200 units, including the appeal site. So it's not a presumption to say that there's a shortfall against that. 200, some of those 200 sites will be needed, I agree, will be needed to meet that shortfall, and hopefully once they've been allocated and come forward, then there wouldn't be a shortfall, but that would involve greenbelt release.
The letter from Right Honourable Christopher Pincher said it's up to the local authority to identify the need in terms of the numbers, and that's not been done yet. So how can you presume there will be a shortfall?
No, there is a shortfall because the starting position of any plan is that it meets its local housing need, and that figure is set by government. What Mr. Pincher is talking about is you take that figure and then you need to come up with your housing requirement to work out whether it's going to be higher or lower or bang in the middle as to what local housing need is, to be able to come up with that figure. I'm saying there's a shortfall against the government standard method. The government's expectation of this authority is to deliver 362 dwellings per year.
It says in the paper from Mr. Pincher that the local housing need does not set a target for the number of the homes to be built as advised by the National Planning Policy Framework. It sets a starting point for calculation.
Absolutely.
And the local authority, would you agree, has not yet set the target number for the housing need over the next plan period from 2025.
Yeah, it's not set its housing requirement, but the government's expectation, as you rightly point out, Mr. Pincher rightly points out, is that the starting position, the minimum number of homes to be delivered to meet needs here is 360 dwellings per year. Minimum.
It doesn't say minimum in his letter.
But in the framework and the planning practice guidance, which talks about the local housing need, it's the starting point, which is the minimum number that this authority is expected to meet to address its housing needs.
We'll have to agree to disagree. It doesn't say in the paper. It says its local authorities take into account land supply constraints such as green belt in setting the need.
I'll agree to disagree.
I'm going to move on.
I'll agree to disagree, but I would invite the inspector to read the relevant parts of the framework and the practice guidance as to what the government's expectations are when it comes to local housing need and plan preparation.
Right, I think so. We're probably done in terms of asking questions.
Okay. So are you saying you've no more questions to Mr. Pycroft? Are you just double checking or what?
I have no more questions for Mr. Pycroft.
Okay, thank you. What I said was that of those interested persons who've spoken, if they have a question on Mr. Pycroft's evidence that hasn't already been raised. Mrs. Wright?
I want to ask something, but I can't give you a reference.
Well, as long as it relates to Mr. Pycroft's evidence,
it does
then
relate to Mr. Pycroft's evidence, and it does relate to the local plan. So I was looking at the local plan the other day. I believe it was finally agreed in 2012, and in reference to SCR8, it says a minimum of 500 houses. It also says that that SCR8 will not come up for consideration until 2021 unless there are exceptional circumstances. Okay, so I understand that you've put forward a cumulative number of houses that are the shortfall in Rochford. I totally accept that. So I just want to check on something that I've heard. You seem to have agreed with Mr. Foster that the actual minimum figure that we need to bring forward and build within each year at the moment is 360?
Correct, ma'am. It's 362.
Okay, great. And I'm fairly certain I also heard Mr. Foster say that in the last 3 years, that requirement has been met.
Well, that's not quite right, because the 362 has not been met in the last 3 years, but the way that government has measured housing delivery over the last 3 years, it's met the government's target for the housing delivery test.
Okay.
And sorry, if I can just elaborate a little. So the reason why government isn't saying meet 362 over the last year in particular was because of the impact of COVID. So it reduced that housing requirement, the 360 figure, by 4 months.
Okay.
To take into effect. And what that meant was that actually if authorities had a build rate, then it would have met the housing delivery test. But as we've put in the housing statement of common ground, they haven't actually met the 362 in the last 3 years.
Okay, so on some measure, by the skin of their teeth, they've managed to meet whatever is laid down at the moment, yeah?
Well, I don't know whether I could categorise it as skin of the teeth,
Right.
but yeah, they've met the government,
Okay.
yeah, they've met the housing delivery test, correct.
Okay, so the thing that confuses me then, in view of the fact that by this measure, they managed to have met it, how, in your opinion, does that then constitute exceptional circumstances for bringing forward this, this development prior to 2021?
Well, yeah, just a few points, if I may. Firstly, we don't need to demonstrate exceptional circumstances. You'll appreciate exceptional circumstances mean a particular thing in planning to do with greenbelt development and particularly greenbelt release. The site's already been released from the greenbelt. It's already been allocated for development post-2021, and we are post-2021. And if I may, the relationship with the housing delivery test is that's one measure. Government expects councils to meet the housing delivery test, but it also expects them to keep a 5-year housing land supply and therefore the ability to meet housing delivery test every year going forward. So the two are related, but there's two measures for government expectation.
If you were not an expert, but you were a person that lived in Rochford who had been looking at the local plan since 2012, and you'd been categorically told by the local planning authority that this development would not be considered until 2021, how do you think you might interpret that as a normal person?
Well, yeah, sure. It'd be difficult for me to answer that, but what I can say is, firstly, the local planning authority shouldn't have told you that, because there is wording within the plan, both the core strategy and the allocations plan, that sites that are identified post-2021 could come forward before then, i.e. if there's a shortfall of 5-year housing land supply. And that was a deliberate mechanism that was put in by the allocations plan inspector. So I think, I don't know, I'm not saying that you've been told that or not, but you shouldn't have been really, because there was that plan.
Yeah.
The other thing is, we know the other two sites in that policy, the post-2021 policy, have come forward in advance of 2021. And as I said, actually, it's about delivery, and our site, whenever the application may have been made, we are now post-2021, so in fact we're a little bit behind as to where the trajectory imagine this site to come.
Okay. And the last thing I'd like to say to you, you've given a very detailed account of why you think more than 500 houses is required. Do you think is it Blaw's, or is it their responsibility to fulfil the housing requirements for Rochford? Is it, as a private company, is it their responsibility to do their very best to deliver on a shortfall?
Well, in answer to your question, ultimately it's the council's responsibility to bring forward sites, and it does that by allocating sites in the plan and then approving planning permission when they come forward.
So no then?
In an answer to what the applicant's role in that is to make sure that they submit a scheme that is in accordance with that development plan, both in terms of its principle, but also meeting things like, for example, the density policy and making best and efficient use of land. So there's responsibility on both ways. In terms of the actual target, there's nothing from, there's not a housing delivery test for Bloor homes, for example, or a requirement for them to meet a 5-year housing land supply. That's firmly on the council, but in terms of working together to bring forward the site, the responsibility goes both ways.
Okay, so basically it's the responsibility of the council to try to deliver as many homes as possible, not your company.
Well, the council, hopefully I'm speaking at cross purposes. It's the council's responsibility to make sure that it meets its development plan, what it's set out in its development plan. That's one element of it. 2, to meet now the local housing need, which is this 362 figure per year. And part of that will be to bring forward sites with developers that are capable of delivering it. So it's not as many dwellings as possible. It's to meet those needs and requirements, and that's the council's responsibility. And a house builder, whether it's Bloor or someone else, can assist them doing that by securing planning permission and building homes in the area.
So in your opinion then, how much weight should be given to the council's definition of how many houses should be brought forward for this site?
Full weight, but as you heard on Thursday, we're in complete agreement that the principle of 662 dwellings on this site is appropriate. That was in Councillor Shaw's evidence, and hopefully you were here, or if not, watching on the YouTube.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Wright. Sorry, who else? Was there another hand? Sorry, remind me of your name, please. Want to?
Hello, Mr. Pycroft.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, this is just a point of clarity, hopefully, for me, just looking at the site plan. And I believe you mentioned this earlier, so I'm hoping you're the right person to direct this question to. So in the site benefits, you mentioned the community centre. Is this going?
I did, yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
As a site benefit. Can I just clarify, is this to be designed, built and paid for by Bloor?
So the land, we're going to come on to the Section 106 agreement later, so there might be a bit more detail for you than I can give. But effectively, the land is gifted or sold for £1 to the NHS, and then there's a contribution towards that there's a contribution towards healthcare which could be used towards the new facility.
Okay, so where we're talking about on the plan, it says community centre. Community centre. That's not necessarily a community centre that will be built. It could be built if the NHS decides to take up the offer of buying the land for £1.
It could, but the land is given over to them, or for £1. So then it's the onus is on the NHS to.
Okay. So it's not a community centre as such, where we're thinking.
Sorry, yeah.
Youth clubs.
Understood.
And, benefits for the community. It's necessary.
Yeah. So it could be used for healthcare. It could be a community centre if the NHS aren't using it as such, or a combination of the two.
So potentially that space that's on the plan as you come exiting the site is the space that we're talking about that could be a community centre, could be an NHS building.
That's right, yeah. So it's that part of the site is only, we're only looking for outline planning permission because we don't know what it would be or what it would look like. Mm-hmm. But the reason why we can include it in the benefits list is because of the Section 106 agreement, which ties in the obligation to sell that land.
Okay. So I appreciate that this is probably a completely different conversation if we're talking about the Section 106. But if the NHS doesn't want to buy that land, what then happens to that land? Does it get offered to the local council, or?
I would need to check in the Section 106, I'm afraid. So perhaps that's something that we can check.
Okay, because what I'm trying to understand is, I thought it was a community centre, but that's what it sort of says on the plan. Understood. But obviously I'm not an expert in these matters. And it mentions there the 10 parking spaces. If we're looking at those parking spaces being available for parents dropping off their children, and that does turn out to be a healthcare facility, all of those spaces are going to be used up by people using the facility. So in my mind, I'm thinking that the parking spaces need to be at least doubled or trebled to actually have a benefit to the community. Yeah,
well, so if I can try and explain. So the community centre, the area of land, what they've done is they've worked out what size of building could go on there and then what their parking requirements would be. So they've got community parking spaces shown on the plan, and then school parking spaces shown on the plan. And then again, sorry, deferring to 106 discussion, but within that, there's an obligation to have management of those spaces at certain times of the day, i.e. drop off and pick up, so that they would be actually used for, school pickup.
So the 10 parking spaces that have been referred to previously to assist parents, they're in addition to this other piece of land?
Yeah,
okay.
correct, yeah. And in addition to the parking for that for the community.
Right, okay. Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify,
Thanks,
clarify
yeah.
that. Thank you.
So hopefully the 106 session will...
So I've just been passed a note.
Don't worry.
Which essentially says that the 106 NHS money could go to the hospital instead to this community that's...
Sure, yeah, it could. I think that's right, and we'll come on to what that obligation is, and you know what it says in the 106 later.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see any other hands from people who'd spoken earlier, so I'll see if I've got any questions. I think, as is often the case, and as I've said before, as the inquiry progresses, things that I had flagged get answered in one way or another. So just let me... I'm just looking through, first of all, through Mr. Gascoigne's evidence. I think there was one thing in here I was still wanting you to clarify. Hopefully you can for me, please. Yes, I think, just bear with me, I'll make a note of this. It's when I get to page 21 in Mr. Gascoigne's evidence, he gives me a footnote of an appeal which relates to the very top line on that page, where it's talking about supply of housing should not be viewed as a ceiling but a baseline. And all I really wanted to know is that appeal one of the core documents? Because there's all I've got there is an appeal reference number.
In answer to your question, sir, I'm afraid I don't know, because I don't recognise the PIN's reference number off the top of my head. But obviously we can find that out for you if it's.
Yes, I mean clearly it's something that Mr. Gascoigne has raised and he wants me to be aware of, but I didn't see it. I don't think it appears as one of his appendices, does it?
It's definitely not in the appendices. Whether it's in the core documents or not is...
I did have a quick look and didn't spot it, but perhaps if that one can be located for me, please.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Apologies.
Okay, and then... Okay, so then turning to your evidence, but again, I don't think there's anything... Oh yes, there was. There was one on your evidence. Sorry, just bear with me. It was just so I understood what you were telling me on your page 23.
Yeah, I've got that.
In the top diagram, and I just wondered what the negative figure of about 200 appears to, or how that's explained.
Yeah, sure. So, so I don't know whether you've got the housing statement of common ground to hand.
I've certainly had it.
I was going to say not essential. Not essential.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
And you can see, sir, on page 7 of that, there's table 5.
Yep.
And net affordable housing completions in Rochford over the core strategy period. So the 131 each year is the green line on my chart.
Okay.
And then the blue columns match those in column 3. And you can see, sir, that some of them have a negative figure, or is in fact a 0 figure, and some have positive figures. And the large line that's in 2012-13 is a minus 196.
So it's the difference between the 131 and the 327?
No, sir, it's the actual, well, it's confusingly, it's under the title Affordable Housing Completions, but actually what will have happened that year is there either have been demolitions or stock loss in some other way.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't looking at column 2 when you
Oh, sorry, I meant column 3.
Yeah,
I meant column 3. Sorry,
yeah,
forgive
I've got
me.
it clear now. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but for your notes, sir, these figures are all from the council's annual monitoring reports, which I don't believe go into the reasons why there was or which sites these were delivered on or demolished. But my view is that the reason why there was such a loss that year, and that's affected the overall figure, is because there would have been either demolition or a loss, for example, right to buy, which is not unusual.
Yeah, I thought demolition was possibly the answer, but
there was no specific reference in that AMR for example, a certain housing estate being demolished or whatever.
Okay, I think that was it then. So, thank you, Mr. Pycroft. I have nothing more for you. Is there any re-examination then, please? Okay. Bear with me.
So you're going to need a copy of the framework and also the letter from
Yes, I've got both of those, thank you.
First point, you asked a number of questions about the council's potential.
Sorry, I'll start again. You asked a number of questions about the council's potential housing number in their emerging plan, you recall?
Yes, I recall that, yeah.
Can you just have a look, first point please, at the letter from the Right Honourable Christopher Pincher MP, second paragraph, bottom of the second paragraph. What is said there about ensuring that there is an adequate supply of housing?
Well, it's saying that they want to achieve 300,000 homes annually by the mid-2020s, 1 million homes over the term of the Parliament, and therefore it's important that local planning authorities plan positively to meet their full housing needs.
Second point, in respect of the framework, you referred a number of times to the minimum expectations of national policy. Can you turn up, please, paragraph 61 of the framework?
Yeah, I've got that, thank you.
Bear with me a second, sorry. And we see at paragraph 61, to determine the minimum number of homes needed, strategic policy should be informed by a local housing needs assessment conducted using the standard method in national planning guidance, unless exceptional circumstances justify an alternative approach, which also reflects current and future demographic trends, etc. You see that?
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
In respect to the Council's strategic options consultation document, is there any consultation or indication that this authority is advancing or has consulted on an alternative approach in terms of paragraph 61?
No, it's not. It's they're following the standard method.
Thank you. Next point, please. Paragraph 141 of the framework. And this is the test that applies where an authority is contemplating greenbelt release. Before an authority moves to considering sites coming into the supply from greenbelt release, what is the authority required to do, Mr. Pycroft?
Well, it tells it to examine fully all other reasonable options for meeting its identified need.
Taking that paragraph into account and the paragraph we've just looked at, paragraph 61 of the framework, do you agree or disagree with Councillor Shaw's evidence with Councillor Shaw's evidence that it is inevitable that the appeal site needs to come forward to meet the critical housing needs of the authority moving forward?
I agree with Councillor Shaw's evidence.
Thank you. Next point, you can put that aside. Just back to the plan, please, and in particular the core strategy, policy H1. Sorry, not policy H1, policy H3 and appendix H1. Bear with me a second. And you were taken, do you have that?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, I've got that, thank you.
Core document 6.1, page 48. And you were taken to appendix H1 by Mr. Foster in questioning, you recall that?
I do, yeah.
And it was put to you that, well, in terms of appendix H1, it talks about a requirement for local highway capacity and infrastructure improvements, including contribution to traffic management of Ashington Road. Now, if we actually, that's in appendix H1, if we actually look at what the policy says, what is appendix H1 to be read in conjunction with?
So there's reference to it in policy H3 and appendix H1 is to be read in conjunction with policy CLT1.
Right, so let's turn up policy CLT1.
You've got the page reference.
And that's page 92.
Thank you.
And we see in policy CLT1 this: the council will require developers to enter into legal agreements in order to secure planning obligations to address specific issues relating to developments, including requisite on-site infrastructure and the provision of on-site affordable housing. Now, just pausing there, does the reference to local highway capacity and infrastructure improvements in appendix H1, does that therefore relate to matters that cannot be secured through section 106 obligations?
No, it doesn't.
No. And what is the agreed position in respect of the appellant and the local planning authority as to whether the section 106 obligation addresses relevant issues in respect of the development?
There's agreement between the two parties, yeah.
So taking policy CLT1 together, or read in conjunction with appendix H1, in accordance with the requirements of the policy, has the infrastructure that is required for the residential area been provided in accordance with the terms of the policy?
It has, yeah.
Any dispute between you and the local planning authority in respect of compliance with policy H3 of the development plan?
No, and it's in the statement of common ground, and Councillor Shaw agreed on Thursday.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pycroft. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. So, I just need to check with you, Miss Reid, the statement that I referred to when I opened today from Mr. Harrison. You said you hadn't had the opportunity to see that then. I didn't know whether you've had the chance to do that now.
No, sir. We don't have any further evidence that we need to call in respect of that.
Okay, so we'll just take that submission as a written representation. Obviously, it'll be before me when I reach my decision. Okay, thank you. So we'll have an afternoon break now. So just to be clear, that concludes the evidence for the appellants.
It does, thank you, sir.
Yep. So we've got the Section 106 and conditions session. I'm flexible as to which way round we deal with those. Is there any preference from any of the parties?
So no, I'll just take instructions on that. Just so you're aware, I'm not going to be here for that session because I'm going to be writing closing submissions. I'll just take instructions in respect.
Okay.
So I'm in the same position. I won't be here, and I'll turn to my left to find out if there's any preference.
Yeah. Well, as I say, I'm happy to deal with them in whichever order the parties find it easiest to deal with. So
it might help to deal with conditions first, perhaps, because there are a number of them, I think, and then move on to the 106 obligation.
yeah, let's do that then, if everyone's happy with that. So it's 3:20. If we have another 15-minute break, is that sufficient for everyone? 15 minutes, 20 minutes?
So could we just, sorry, as I say, I'm not going to be here, but I just need to make sure that I move my boxes, etc. So can we just allow, say, 20 minutes?
Let's say 20 minutes then. We'll come back and deal with conditions. So I'll adjourn now. We'll resume at 3:40. Thank you.
Sorry, sir. I don't believe that Rule 6 part is involved in these next two sections.
It depends whether you want to be. There's no obligation for you to be. I mean, clearly the Section 106 relates to an agreement between the local planning authority and the appellants, in the sense that you're not in a position to influence it. Then clearly you possibly consider you play no part. Whether you want to hear what's said is perhaps a different matter. Conditions, again, all I'm looking at the minute in the conditions is suggested conditions which have in large part been agreed between the appellants and the council, but there are some disagreements there. But again, it's certainly open for other parties to give me their views on those. So I'm not trying to persuade you one way or the other, but what I'm saying is you're not debarred from attending these sessions and contributing, if you so wished, to the conditions session. But equally, if you feel that you've nothing to add or want to add to them, then I don't require you to be here for them.
Okay, I don't think I can add to those, either of those. Two other small points. I mentioned the Ringway Jacobs stuff earlier on, the two sheets.
Yeah.
I've got the copies here. I'm going to hand you the Mick Vanner stuff, and it's up to you, sir, whether you use it or not.
Sorry, the which bit?
The one I mentioned, Mick Vanner, the local resident.
Oh no, I don't want to see that. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
I've said I'm not accepting that
Okay.
because that's. I'm happy to accept the note that you've done about the Jacobs because that related to information already before me, and that's a clarification point. The other is something I don't know about, but Mr. Vanner had his opportunity to speak, and I've taken what he's given already. So hand in the first of those two, but not the second.
And a final point, if I may, sir. Tomorrow, when we do our closing speeches, is it okay if we split our time between myself and Mrs. Austin?
I don't see any problem with that. As I say, I'll be emphasising this to everyone. Please bear in mind, as I've said throughout, that the closing submissions have to be a summary of your case to date, as presented to the inquiry. It's not an opportunity for any fresh evidence to be surfaced at that time. The only thing I would say, Mr. Foster, if you're going to disappear now, whether you can tell me who's going to attend the site visit for the Rule 6 party.
I will be attending.
Just yourself, okay.
You did say one person, didn't you?
Well, I'm content with more than that. I think Ms. Reid said in terms of access onto the site itself, that would be limited. On the public highway, clearly, you know, as many people who want to attend can, but, you know, within reason would always be a nice thing. So.
And I prefer two if that's possible.
Certainly, in terms of on the site itself, I'm not quite sure how the appellants view that.
Sorry, so we have no problem with both coming onto the site. It was more a general point about lots of people and we can't get permission, but we're quite happy for both to come onto the site itself.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it'll be yourself and Mrs. Austin?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. I don't want to take any, well, I'm taking time now, aren't I? So let me just make a note then. So it's going to be Mr. Foster and Mrs. Austin. Let's just do this quickly now then. For the council, who's going to be attending, please? Yep. Katie Fowler. Yeah. And who's going to be for the appellants, please?
It's Mr Blair and Mr Pycroft, sir.
Mycroft. Any of the interested persons wanted to attend the site visit? I'll take that as a no, thank you. So, I don't want to say too much. We can go through it in detail when we're actually meeting on site, but just so everyone knows where we're meeting, I'd got the suggestion from the council, meet at 8:20 tomorrow by the wall of the Rochford Day Nursery at the Hall Road, West Street, Ashington Road Junction. 8:20 there, okay? If everyone's happy with that, I've eaten 5 minutes into my 15 minutes, so into my 20 minutes. So let's now, despite what I said a moment ago, I'll adjourn now and we'll resume at 3:45. Thank you. I'm not letting anyone have a second bite of the cherry. So, is it someone who's spoken already? No, I've asked the case officer to tell Mr. Taylor I'm not going to hear from her again.
Who is that? So this guy here, I forget his name. Oh no. But he's Law. Robert Eburn. Robert Eburn, yeah, yeah.
Well, the inquiry is resumed, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just trying to work out what I've been handed here. I've got a large version of the SIL compliance statement. I've not got any more conditions yet, though. Are they going to wing their way to me now, or? Thank you. I think, does that differ? It's the same as that then, yes, thank you. So basically what I've got, let's just do it this way. I've got a schedule that was handed in earlier on in the inquiry saying appellant's comments on draft conditions. It looks as though I've been given an updated track changed version of that now. So this goes through a total of 52 conditions. And then I've got a separate two-page document where it tells me that a number of conditions are agreed between the parties, a number of conditions are considered to require a minor amendment, and then a number of conditions that aren't agreed. And I think the second page is then just a run through all of those with whether they're agreed or not. So basically, it's presenting the same information in a different form, isn't it? The second page.
Yes, just to introduce myself, I'm Robert Eburn. I'm Planning Director with Law Homes Easton. Yeah, just to clarify, there's not an awful lot of difference of opinion on these matters. There's a few, the minor amendments, some of them are related to drawing numbers, which I think are picked up on this document. And then I think some of the ones which are not agreed, they are looking at the 6 tests of conditions and the SIL compliance. Yeah, certainly some of those are just generally regarded as unnecessary. So, and that's obviously your judgment, sir. So, I put a comment against those where the reason why they are not agreed. But in general, I want you to take away the message we are generally happy with the conditions. And also, I just add that from our perspective, the source data for those conditions comes from the committee, essentially the first committee report, which you'll remember was then added to by the second. And the preamble to that, we did have a PPA with the council, and one of the subject of headings of that was to look at planning conditions. And in the run up to the first committee, we had a meeting with Katie Rogers, who's sat over there, and where we had a cordial meeting. It was one of these Zoom meetings, but that was on the 12th of November 2020, when we kind of ran through a kind of final list, which is essentially very similar to this list you have in front of you now.
Okay. Well, in terms of how I was going to ask you to deal with this, basically what I normally do is ask, particularly when we've got members of the public here and people watching on the live stream, we need to just go into perhaps a little bit more detail than if it was only participants. But what I would ask is one side or the other to lead off, and I suggest the council, but I'm happy the other way if you want. Basically, I just want you to very briefly go through each of the conditions, tell me an overview of what it's meant to do, why the council considers it necessary, and if the appellant agrees, then just say agree and I'll put a tick. But where there's debate, then obviously I'll hear what one side or the other wants to say. you'll have received, hopefully, some comments that I made, which were fairly straightforward, but there's quite a few of the conditions where it didn't have that little phrase approved in writing by the local planning authority. And a few things from memory when I went through, there were documents referred to, but in a rather vague way, and I felt they needed a bit more precision to that. So hopefully they've been taken on board. In terms of the reasons, what I've just done prior to the break is turn up the 24th of June committee report, because I know that the conditions, I thought the conditions there had given reasons. It looks as though...
So there are reasons for the conditions that are appended to the LPA's appeal statement. There was the list of conditions, and the reasons can be found there as well.
The LPA appeal statement, so it's statement of case for the appeal. Yeah, okay, so I've got them in different places, I've just not got one composite document, is that what you're saying at the minute? Okay, so we've got a lot to get through, so we don't want to spend any longer than necessary, but obviously we've got to do justice to them. So for the council then, if you'd like to kick off and, as I say, just work through them one by one and tell me why they're considered necessary, and I'll take the appellants to you.
Okay, thank you. So condition 1 is a standard condition relating to the time for implementation. And I think that's agreed subject to a slight change to one of the plan references.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, and sorry, the first time I've actually looked down at this document and I realised that one of the track changes is to include the reasons on here. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and sorry, what I have got in front of me they have got reasons in now, so hopefully we can send you an electronic version of this as well, but they've all got the reasons transferred from the committee report in. Okay,
so sorry, just I spoke over people there. So the first one, standard condition, but there is an amendment because the plan reference was incorrect at one stage.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So condition 2 relates to the submission of reserved matters in respect of phases 2 and 3, and that's agreed, and the reason's been added.
Agreed.
So condition 3 is a standard condition, again, relating to the time for implementation, and that, I think, now is agreed subject to, again, a minor amendment to the plan reference, which was just missing a couple of digits.
Yes, thank you. Agreed.
Yep, thank you.
Condition 4 is a condition that requires implementation in accordance with a list of plans that were submitted in relation to the application. The only amendment sought to that condition was the deletion of the word complete. So the development shall be approved in either complete accordance with or just in accordance with. We're satisfied that we can remove the word complete. So.
Yep. Okay.
Condition 5 is a condition that relates to standard external facing materials to be used in phase 1, and they're prescribed to be as per set out on pages of the design code that was submitted. What I've done is reference the design code, and the reference is taken from the title page of that document, which is P18-2019_66, dated December 2019. I've also added in to the last sentence in writing by the local planning authority. I think that was one of the points you raised.
It was, but I'm not seeing that on the document in front of me now.
Apologies. I should have mentioned that we got this hard copy, so you had an up-to-date version, but I hadn't managed to put all of address all of the comments that you'd made in that email, but I have in the document in front of me on the laptop.
Okay,
so
yes.
I'll verbally say them, but they won't feature on the hard copy.
Yeah.
What hopefully I'll do at the end of this session is forward you the electronic version that I've got.
Yes, well, let's do it like that.
I'm happy with that, yeah.
Yeah, if you've got any issues, obviously we can mop those up before we move on to the closing submissions tomorrow. But, excuse me. So I was struggling a bit there because I heard what you were saying, but I couldn't see it here. So I wasn't quite sure if I was on the right page.
There might be a few of those then, because I've taken account of all those.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in a nutshell, you've given me a reference to the design code by it's a number that appears on its
title page.
Yeah.
Yeah, that addresses some of my issue about sort of vagueness of conditions later on, so I'm happy with that, yes.
Okay. So content with that?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay.
So condition 6. So condition 6 relates to phases 2 and 3 only, because phase 1 would benefit from full planning permission.
Yeah.
So what it seeks to do is ensure that we achieve compliance with policy H5, which relates to a dwelling mix across the site, in terms of the number of bedrooms for different dwellings, so 1, 2, 3 bed. The condition is there to ensure compliance with policy H5. However, you'll note I've got some lengthy comments in relation, because I'm just grappling with whether it's necessary myself, having reflected on it, because phases 2 and 3 will require reserved matters submission in relation to scale. So potentially, if the local authority were not satisfied in relation to the dwelling mix proposed at reserved matter stage, that might be a matter on which they might take issue with approving a reserved matters consent. So I guess it's for you, sir, to decide whether or not that's necessary in light of whether that...
It only relates to phases 2 and 3, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yes, so it relates to phases 2 and 3, but the phases 2 and 3 plans do set out the mix of housing on the plans, on those specific drawings with which we're being asked to comply with under condition 4.
Yeah.
So, and if the council, it might be unsatisfactory to the appellant if the council were to then ask for the mix of dwellings to be all one-bedroom flats on phases 2 and 3, then that would go against what we feel is the application.
I think we're in agreement that providing the mix as proposed in this outline application is achieved in relation to phases 2 and 3, that we're satisfied that that mix is acceptable in relation to policy H5. It's just that because scale is not yet for determination, there is, I guess, potential for reserved mass application to come in that might be different. But then I guess we might not have accordance with the plans that are listed as approved plans.
Well, you say the plans. So I've seen plans for phases 2 and 3
yes.
in the context of the Section 106 agreement.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I've seen them.
The plans list here in condition 4. Is the plans list includes phases 2 and 3 layout, and that one, it's sort of halfway down the page of page 3, ending in 03S.
Yes.
That plan is the plan which sets out the complete layout for phases 2 and 3 and includes a schedule of accommodation which that layout matches up with.
Yeah. So if the development has to proceed in, you've got rid of the word complete, haven't you? But in agreement or whatever.
In accordance with, I mean, complete, in that context, complete's kind of a superfluous word, I suspect.
Yeah. So, what's the consensus there? Is there a consensus on this condition 6?
I think I'm minded to say that if the plan is listed as an approved plan, if the appeal, in the event the appeal is allowed, it will only grant outline with layout, so the positioning of buildings within the site that is approved for phases 2 and 3, but that plan does also have a schedule of accommodation on it. It's whether the outline specifically requires accordance with that schedule, given that scale, which goes to the building size, essentially, is not yet determined.
Yeah. Any comments on that?
Yeah, it comes back to my earlier point. If we don't, the permission is based upon a layout which achieves a broad mix of dwellings and doesn't propose a significant number of, say, 4-bedroom properties or a significant number of 1-bedroom properties. And if this condition gives the opportunity for the council to then refuse a proposal which varies from this mix, that might be problematic. I'm not quite sure what the purpose of this is. If they agree with the plan that it's acceptable in terms of mix, then there's an opportunity for the applicant, the appellant, to then vary that mix if they want to apply for a variation of that condition for Section 73.
Yeah, so I mean, what I've got at the minute is a suggested condition from the council. Then I've got an amended condition, a suggested amendment, should I say, with quite a detailed note that I haven't yet had the chance to look through in detail. So I'm still unclear as to whether or not there's agreement between you as to whether or not a condition like this is necessary, and if so, in which form it should take.
Well, I think it doesn't seem to me that this is suggested as necessary, because the plans and indeed the committee report are all based upon the mix of the housing. So there's a discussion within the committee report, both committee reports, about the mix, and that it's acceptable. And if there was I don't see there's an opportunity to vary that if the layout is accepted.
Yeah. Anything final from the council on that one?
I think we're kind of on the same. If the the amended condition seems to be similar to the existing condition, but I think the council are satisfied that they were content with the mix as shown on the plans submitted at the outline stage, the layout plans.
It feels like it's a sort of almost a for the avoidance of doubt kind of point,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yes. So you seem to be saying that you're uncertain as to whether the condition is actually strictly necessary.
Yes.
With the plans that are going to be in.
And certainly, if that dwelling mix that's annotated or shown in a table on the layout plan for phases 2 and 3 were the dwelling mix, we are satisfied with that.
Satisfied with that. Yeah. Okay. Well, I've heard what you both said.
I mean, the other alternative should be that the dwelling mix should be as per the set out on that plan, unless otherwise agreed in writing. I mean, that's a.
Yeah, they're not.
That allows the council then.
Are they?
It just allows the council to approve a variation to it to remain in control of it should it be proposed. Well, I wouldn't want to be in a position of as if the council were to. If the council were then, if I was to go for maybe a discussion with the council about those two phases, and they say, well, actually, we've changed our view on mix now. We want it to be much larger units and much smaller units, and that wouldn't have been something we would be planning for. It would be a bit of a surprise, and that condition allows for that surprise at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. I think I don't want us to spend any longer.
No.
On a single condition. I've heard what you've both said. I think I'll just have to reflect on that if I'm minded to allow this appeal. Let's move on to 7 then.
Okay, 7. We agree that condition can be deleted because that is dealt with in the 106.
Okay. Yep.
8 and 9 are. Do you want me to go? Sorry. Shall I just say what 8 and 9 are?
Yeah.
So condition 8 relates to archaeological investigation works, and I think there's already agreement on the wording of that condition. And condition 9 relates to again to the archaeological works and a post excavation assessment being submitted. I think there is agreement.
They're both agreed, are they? Yeah.
Condition 10 relates to the non-residential building at the site, the community building, and the environmental sustainability credentials relating to that and the BREEAM rating are very good being required. There was suggestion of a slight rewording to this, which starts concurrently with the submission of reserved matters. I'm satisfied with that rewording. I just had a comment in the margin about the timings of that in terms of time dealing with the discharge of condition application and a reserved matters application, and one decision might come before the other, but in summary, we're happy with the amended wording, and the reference to policy should be EMV 10.
Right. So happy with the amended wording there. Yeah. Okay.
Condition 11 relates to badger sets and work in and around those badger sets. There's just the addition of 2 words "has been" partway through the condition, which was in your reference in your email, sir. So that's
right.
been that's not in your version, but it is in the version on my screen.
Yeah.
Other than that, there's no change to that, and I think that's agreed.
Agreed. Okay.
Condition 12 relates to invasive species on the site, Japanese knotweed, and that condition stemmed from a consultation response we received from an ecologist at Essex County Council, but I think we accept, sir, that if you're satisfied that that's dealt with by other legislation, then it's not necessary.
So that's the view of the appellant, that it can be deleted on the, yeah.
It will be dealt with, but it can be deleted. It's not necessary to have it as a condition.
So condition 13 relates to works to existing trees and hedgerows and the protection of nesting birds. So the comment that again stemmed from a consultation response from our ecologist at Essex County Council. I think what the appellant says it's not necessary. We do impose conditions similar to this, and one has been imposed by an inspector recently in relation to an appeal. What we would say is that this requires restriction on works just to those parts of the site where the hedgerows and trees are, to outside the bird nesting season, unless agreed. So essentially it requires an ecologist to give the okay to those works, and I think we would say that this is still necessary, but I think the view differs.
I'm happy to take that. Some authorities see them as unnecessary, and some would use them, but from our perspective, it's unnecessary because we have responsibilities in any respect under Environmental Protection Act. So it's something we do as our due diligence in any event.
So sorry, just so I'm understanding that you consider it's unnecessary. Did you say you were content if it did remain? Or
yes, I'm content if it remains. Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Condition 14 relates to tree protection plan to protect trees that are going to remain. There's just a typo that's corrected, so with becomes within on the second line. That's again from your comments, sir. But otherwise, I think that's agreed.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Condition 15 relates to the provision of bird and bat boxes as sort of enhancement mitigation measures arising from the development. I think the condition is agreed, but there are some. There's just an expansion of POS to public open space.
Yeah.
And I've also put the title of the ecology report in full. So it now reads, as per report titled Ecological Impact Assessment Final Revision E by Southern Ecological Solutions. And then the date of issue is the 10th of the 12th, 2019. And then also adding in agreed in writing by the LPA. So that deals with your comments, and I think that's agreed.
Agreed.
Yes.
Condition 16 relates to reptile mitigation strategy and the need for one to be submitted and agreed, and then those works, as agreed, implemented. The comment has come back that that's unnecessary because the reptile mitigation strategy has been implemented. I think my only comment in the margin is this condition stemmed from our ecologist having read through that ecological appraisal. There is reference in that ecological appraisal to the mitigation strategy needing to be submitted and then reference to it being conditioned. So we just haven't seen that mitigation strategy.
If I could just clarify, there's a slight confusion on my part because in between the committees, we did carry out ecological mitigation, but that is yet to be completed. So there is some further works which will happen in the late spring. So I'm happy for that condition to be retained now.
Okay, so if that condition is retained, when you say, right, that's okay.
So there's a partial, we've done part of the, it's a weather, it depends on the warm weather. So some of our reptile works were carried out in the spring and summer of last year, and they will be now completed in the late spring of this year.
Okay, I think as much as anything, when I first read that, I just read it as reptile mitigation strategy and I thought, is this another one where we need it better defined? But when I read it again now, it's asking for that to be submitted to and agreed in writing, isn't it? So that satisfies that point. So, yes. Yeah, okay. So as it stands, and you're content with that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
yes.
Condition 17 relates to a scheme for surface water drainage to be submitted, and this condition is lengthy, but it's the requirement of the lead local flood authority, so it's kind of word for word what they'd wanted, and I think there is no comment in relation to that, so it's agreed.
All okay, thank you.
Condition 18 relates to, again, surface water, but during the construction period. The comment has come back that this should be within the Construction Environment Management Plan at condition 52. I think our only comment is in terms of discharging the conditions, this deals with a flood risk issue as opposed to other aspects of the Construction Environment Management Plan. And so we, as a rule, sort of generally keep this condition in isolation on its own and send those details through to the LLFA to look at. So just procedurally, it's easier if this is separate.
So it makes it easier if this is separate and not rolled into the CEMP. Yeah.
But what we have got, again, is, I think, again, from you, sir, your comments, the last sentence, the scheme shall subsequently be implemented as approved prior to commencement of construction or according to an alternative timetable. So there's an implementation time frame added to the end of that condition.
Yeah, I mean, just coming back on that, obviously the MPBF says that planning conditions should be kept to a minimum. So what we tend to do is we found that we have obviously deal with lots of different local planning authorities, and we tend to prepare a construction and environmental management plan which covers all of these eventualities, so that the construction drainage will be within that document in any event. So we're basically preparing one document which will be covering off more than one or two conditions. Doesn't really matter to us. It's just that's just how we would deal with it. So if it's in
condition 52, it's fine.
As long as it's there somewhere, the council is content.
Yeah.
And frankly, if there were no conditions, we'd still be preparing the document. So it's not a problem for us.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Condition 19 relates to maintenance arrangements for the surface water drainage scheme, frequencies of maintenance to be agreed, etc. I think there's agreement, but the only comment that's been addressed was one of yours, and it just relates to in writing. So that reference has been added in.
Okay.
Condition 20 related to the foul water pumping station and boundary treatment and landscaping of that. Don't think there's any difference. I think that's in agreement. Condition 21 relates to the details of the site flood alleviation scheme, which is separate to the surface water drainage scheme. And that stemmed again from the lead local flood authority, so that's their wording of that. I don't think there was any comment from the appellant.
Yep, okay.
Condition 22 relates to strategic open green space within phase 1. and it includes the east-west green corridor, the centrally positioned northern green space, the eastern parkland, and it relates to details being in accordance with a set of approved plans relating to landscaping. There were some comments in relation to the plan references, which I agree, the slight tweaks to those, just in terms of numbering. And then just another typo has been addressed, so I agree that. And the design code has been referenced in full in the same manner as throughout now.
Yep, okay, so that's...
So sorry, that was the first bit of condition 22,
yeah.
But then going down, because there's a number of boxes, so there's been a couple of more references below to imprecision in relation to some of the bullet-pointed aspects that we consider should be included in the details that are to be submitted.
Yeah.
I think, so they've been worded as precisely as we think we could get them, but if you consider alternative wordings necessary, then...
Are you still of the view that there's some imprecision in these?
Yes, this hasn't changed from what we commented on previously, but what are naturalistic head walls to SUDS features? Indeed, are they possible to be naturalistic? If that's the term. And then also details of existing trees to be retained, including reconsideration to retain a greater proportion of existing trees within the central tree belt along the east-west ditch. I mean, it's just all playing around with the plans that we are complying with.
So let me be clear. How are you suggesting a way in which they could be made more precise?
It comes back to necessity, doesn't it? What is it? We have a condition which says where existing trees are to be retained, and then we've got another one which says include reconsideration. I mean, it's just not a. It's just vague. It's a very unusual sort of set of kind of requirements in a very long list.
Yes, I'd have to go through that a bit more slowly to actually take on board the points that you're both putting to me here. Yep. There. I can see obviously the first set of amendments is straightforward because it's just really getting clarification of the correct plans there. But then in terms of what the rest of the condition covers.
So it's just saying at the start of the condition is saying do these in conjunction with the approved plans, and then it goes on with a list of various other elements which are kind of slight variations. I'm not quite sure what the purpose of this is.
But are those, as you've termed slight variations, are they matters shown clearly enough on the plans, such that if the development proceeded in accordance with the plans, then all of these bits are...
No, I think that's my point, is they're not. They're kind of extra things which we don't really know what they are and what the extent of them are.
So some of... Sorry, I'm just slowly catching up here on this. So some of them are... acceptable, as it were. I'm just quickly looking on the second page where it says signage boards to explain the provision. So you've not put a comment alongside that.
No,
it's just those where I see the word imprecise.
Yes.
So let's just concentrate on that. Is there any way that between you can see a way of tightening up that? Because at the minute I can't. Without looking at the plans myself and looking again through this condition in a bit more detail, I don't know if there was anything I could suggest. So I'll be just at this moment relying on your comments as to whether or not those bits can be tightened.
If it helps, maybe it might help if I explained where some of these things came from.
Okay.
So in relation, it says so the second I think, the first bullet point that has an imprecise reference next to it,
Yeah.
talks about details of replacement hedgerows, shrub planting, including to naturally buffer the badger sets on the site and provide new connecting hedgerow planting, etc.
Yeah.
I think that comes from the ecological report in terms of enhancement. And what this is intending to do is essentially, when we come to discharge the details that are submitted, we make sure we're capturing all of these things that...
So you would check that alongside the ecological report?
These things are taken from the ecological report, essentially,
yeah.
And then when we come to discharge the condition, we know what we're looking for, rather than having to refer back to reports that were submitted that cover much wider considerations. Again, similarly with the signage boards.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just thinking then, could the ecological report be referenced in the condition? But that sounds though it's perhaps going...
It could be perhaps referenced in the reason for the condition. So
yeah,
there is some acknowledgement of where these additional things are stemming from.
Yeah.
It's not as I said in opening for this, it's not, we don't have a particular disdain for any of these conditions, but it's a point nonetheless.
Okay, so there's at least 4 areas, aren't there, where there is some lack of clarity as to perhaps what's required.
I think there was 3 points, and then the last one relates, I think, perhaps to the implementation timetable for delivery. But my comment, I don't know if there is a comment in the margin or whether that's an updated comment I'd put in, but actually, I think in terms of implementation, perhaps this is dealt with in the 106.
It is.
And I think in the 106, but correct me if I'm interpreting this wrong, it says that the open space should be provided prior to 25% occupation in phase 1. And all of the open space on the phasing plan falls within phase 1.
Yes, so this is... Again, the starting point for these conditions precedes the wording in the section 106, so that this is now covered in the section 106. So maybe put a sort of a margin and a marker, and when we go to the section 106, you'll see where this comes up.
So are you saying there that this particular bullet point is covered by
the section 106?
So perhaps that one doesn't need to be in here. So just let me. So Okay, so I can consider that, but in terms, just so I'm clear, have we found a way of resolving this imprecision as the appellants see it?
I think if you, as you say, as Katie helpfully suggested, if you reference the ecology report in the reasoning, that helps with those discharging the condition, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay. So reference the ecology report. Happy with that? Yeah. Okay. So, happy to move on to 23.
Yeah, sorry, I'd just lost my space.
Yeah.
23. So this relates to hard and soft landscaping forming part of the entrance avenue planting. So this is in phase 1. And the comments come back that it's a replication of the requirement to deliver the development in accordance with the approved plans. But I think this goes slightly further because it requires this to be implemented in a timetable. It does say to be agreed, so there is some flexibility over that. Well, that's to be agreed with the local planning authority, but it also requires specific tree planting in relation to that provided in the pages 46 and 47 of the design code.
Right.
And the design code has been referenced in full.
Yeah. Your views then on?
I haven't got a problem with the answer given. I think that's fine.
No problem with.
No.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Condition 24 relates to tree planting adjacent to the highway between car parking spaces and areas of grass verge. It relates to a plan reference. There was no comment, I don't think, on this one. And what has been changed is just specific reference to the design code.
Yep. Okay.
25, again, there was no comment. It relates to tree planting, and the design code has been referenced, and approved in writing has also been added in, the words in writing.
Okay.
Condition 26 relates to hard and soft landscaping forming on plot, like amenity space, within phase 1. So that's separate to the open space that's kind of publicly accessible. The comments come back, I guess, imprecise, I guess, in general, I think, rather than specifically relating to certain bits. What I have done is sought to reference the design code. So throughout, that has gone in.
That's helpful, yeah.
Yep.
I didn't have a condition 27 on my list, so if you're coming on to that.
Where are we?
Actually, I'm now on 28. I don't know what the previous number was.
So hang on. Do we go from 26 to 28, or is it just a 27 missed out here?
I kind of spotted the absence of a 27 after I'd gone through everything, and probably about 2 days later, and saw there was no 27 on my list. But
was it like that on the original one?
It would be helpful to go back to the committee report, because just to make sure that we haven't missed one.
Something, yes.
But I don't know. I haven't got a copy of them. Was there a condition 27?
Yeah, there was no 27 in the list that I was working from.
It might be, just it's not numbered.
27 was in the committee report.
Yeah, so there was a condition 27. Maybe I could just add it into the table. That relates to hard and soft landscaping of a specific amenity space within phase 1.
Yeah, so just let me be clear, first of all, because 26 is hard and soft landscaping, isn't it? So 26 is the one we've just been talking about, isn't it, there? And that you're going to reference the design code, and the appellant's happy that that resolves some of the imprecision. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. 26 is in relation to kind of on-plot people's private amenity space.
Yep. Okay.
And 27 relates to hard and soft landscaping of a specific amenity, sort of publicly accessible open green space at a particular point within phase 1.
So, yeah.
Oh, that's this Street 5, Avenue 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
So does that not appear in this list at all? Has it just been...
It just doesn't appear in the list, I don't think, unfortunately. No. Sorry.
No.
I think it might have just been, when it's been transcribed, it's similar to the previous condition, so it might have been an error that's crept in on that basis.
I think what I'm hesitating about is when I look at 26. 26 starts off on page 18, and then it follows with a whole load of bullet points. And just looking back in the committee report, that is indeed what that one did. But then it goes on, and there's a lot more bullet points on page 20. So I'm just trying to see whether the second set of bullet points relate to condition 27. It looks like they do.
They do. I think what's missing is just the first...
Opening lines of that of condition 27 are missing, aren't they?
The first bit, so the first sort of paragraph of condition 27 should be inserted, but actually that's the only bit that's missing. Actually, we do have condition 27, it's just not in its own box.
And not all of it there.
Not all of it's there.
Yeah.
But this is
I
on
know I'm
page-
labouring this, but let's just be clear. So 26 ends in the committee report with the words whichever is earlier and retained in the approved form. So is that on here for 26? So any tree.
Yeah, it does. It is that, because it's just the word form appears just above the reason on page 6.30 of the committee report.
Yeah, no, I'm in the committee report, and I can see the condition. I just can't see it all. So basically, we've got the bullet points, and the last one is planting planting plans.
Yes.
But then in the committee report, it goes on with the hard and soft landscaping as agreed, whereas that's not what I've got in front of me here. I've got any tree, shrub, or hedge plant. I think that the bottom line is, rather than wasting any more time on this one now, it's clear that there are some words missing. It may be that introductory sentence from condition 27, but there's something not there that should be there in this schedule. So let me just check, because obviously once we've finished this session, the next time that we're back at the inquiry, after we've done the section 106, is going to be tomorrow afternoon for the closing submissions. When will an updated version of this be able to be emailed to the Inspectorate's case officer so I can have a look at that? Will that be later today, or are we talking about tomorrow for this?
We could probably do it later today.
If you can, then what I'm really getting round to is I can have a look at it before we have the session on closing submissions, and if there are any points that either side wants to raise then about conditions, and then if I do, at least we can do that and be all talking about the same updated document. Yeah. Does that sound reasonable? That's
fine, yeah. And so my only real comment here in terms of these conditions, there is now another one, because 27 was a gap, is that the requirement to replace planting is kind of repeated 3 times throughout, and it just seems a bit unnecessary.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's often the nature of conditions, isn't it? But
indeed.
Yeah.
I've made the point in the margin that I don't disagree with you that it's like, but I don't know if it can be captured in any other way unless that is a separate condition in itself that relates to all the others above. But
yeah, I think it may be one that, if again, I have to preface it, if I'm minded to allow this and impose these conditions, it may be that we just have to have that repetitive element.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay, so tell me again about 27, even though we've not got the beginning of it in the schedule in front of us now.
Yep, so condition 27 relates to details of the hard and soft landscaping, very specific part of the kind of publicly accessible green space at a part of the site within phase 1.
Yeah. Okay. Right, let's go on to 28 then.
28 relates to the play space that will be provided within the Eastern Parkland. So there's a couple of comments in relation to this. One in respect of the in perpetuity reference, it being provided in perpetuity, and the other saying that it's within the 106. We're satisfied that it is in the 106. I've got some comments down the side. My comment would be that I think the condition had related to an approved plan reference in respect of the play equipment details, because that part is within phase 1, and if the appeal were allowed, full planning consent would be granted for those details. Yeah. So potentially the 106 could be worded such that it's in accordance with those details and the plan reference. But I think otherwise we're satisfied. There is an implementation clause in the 106 that we understand means that the play space has to be provided prior to 25% occupation within phase 1.
Sorry, where does that
in the section 106.
Yeah, no, so, because I haven't had a chance to go through all of your comments yet. Where does that leave the council?
Oh,
what's the council's position then?
Sorry.
Yeah.
The council's position then is we're satisfied that condition 28 could be deleted because it's dealt with in the 106.
And that's also the appellant's view, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. 29 then.
29 deals with the mountain bike trail that would be provided within the Eastern Parkland as well. Again, the condition references a specific plan reference, but we are content that that is dealt with in the 106 as well.
So again, council's content that that could be deleted. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So condition 30 relates to a sort of smaller, what we've referenced as an informal play space within the open space adjacent to the northern boundary. So that's relating to phase 3 or closer to phase 3. The only comment that's come back in relation to that condition is the reference to in perpetuity. In terms of it being retained in the form that's been approved, and I don't quite know what the alternative to in perpetuity is. I think in relation to the play space, the kind of big play space and the mountain bike trail in the 106, there's a requirement for it to be maintained. I don't know what the wording is in the 106.
It's more where equipment is provided, and then it becomes responsibility of a management company, and then over a period of time that equipment might change and be a different type of equipment, and whether it's by agreement. So you don't necessarily have an in perpetuity clause in relation to something which might be upgraded or replaced in due course. It's not the case that we're looking to remove play equipment once it's been installed. And normally these just say maintained and retained in the approved form, but without necessarily a in perpetuity reference.
Okay, so if you're happy with maintained and approved in the surfacing should be maintained in the approved form, the equipment be maintained in the approved form.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think that's okay.
Yeah, so will that apply to the others where there's this in perpetuity phrase? So, or are they different?
I think we're satisfied that if we're not referring to in perpetuity, as long as it's maintained in the approved form, that's essentially the same.
Means the same thing without using the
without
using those words.
That's fine.
Okay, so agreed like that. Yeah. Okay.
31 deals with the requirement for boundary treatment to the allotments to be submitted and agreed and then implemented. The comments that's come back is that the allotment provision is within the 106, which it is, but I don't think there's specific reference in the 106 to the boundary treatment being agreed. So possibly I think this condition could be retained, but we're satisfied that the implementation timeframe can be amended to the appellant's suggestion, instead of reference to the 50th occupation, reference to prior to the allotments being laid out.
Okay, so the council's view is the condition itself should be retained, but the implementation should relate to the prior to the allotments being laid out. Is that, if I understood you correctly there?
Yes.
Yeah. From the appellant, are you content with that? Yeah. Okay. Okay. 32 then, please. 32
relates to a condition about renewable energy to seek compliance with policy EMV 8 of the core strategy. And I think the comments that have come back is that a slightly alternative wording is proposed to specifically refer to a fabric first approach being adopted. And we have no objection to that. So I think we're satisfied with the rewording. I think your comment, sir, has been that the sustainability statement that has been referenced in the alternative wording should be referenced in full. Yeah. So I can put that reference in.
So the council has no objection to the alternative wording, and you will put in a more precise or a reference to the sustainability statement.
Yes.
Yeah. And for the appellants, obviously that was your suggested amendment, but yeah. Okay.
Condition 33 relates to the provision of wheelchair accessible dwellings with reference to optional building regulation requirements, part M43 and M42, and the number of dwellings that should meet those standards to comply with policy H6.
Yep.
In respect of condition 33, this relates just to phase 1. This is in the 106. So there's a requirement in the 106 that already sets out that these number of dwellings meeting this standard will be provided. The only thing that the 106 doesn't do is require the developer to evidence that those dwellings have been provided to accord with that standard, and we would like that. We think that's necessary so that
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
No.
So either we can retain the condition in that element, or the 106 would have to be slightly amended to...
I'm assuming the section 106 is in a position where you're hoping to not be amending it, such that it's easier to deal with the condition.
Yeah, if we
keep the condition.
Yeah, keep the condition. Happy with that? Yeah.
Condition 34 is similar, so it relates to wheelchair accessibility dwellings, but in relation to phases 2 and 3. In terms of the requirement for the number, that is in the 106, because what's proposed is that the wheelchair adaptable properties are all delivered through affordable housing, so it's in the affordable housing section of the 106. But again, the evidence bit isn't in there, so I think we still need it.
So if I turn over, I'm going to see that same bit about evidence, right? Yes. So it's that element of the condition that leads the council to the view that it wants to retain it. Is that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. Happy with that. Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Condition 35 relates to an optional building regulation requirement relating to water efficiency being required. And the council have suggested the imposition of this condition with regard to policy EMV9 of the core strategy, and the comment is that that is out of date, and we respect that it is out of date in so much as our view is that a ministerial statement in October 2015 has to be taken into account in relation to it, but our view had been that because we had a policy that required a sort of higher water efficiency standard, that we could require compliance with this optional building regulation requirement.
So what's the appellant's?
I'm not sure. I think my reading of this is if you have a policy, you can impose it, and if you don't have a policy, you don't impose it. But we haven't got a particular problem with complying with it. It's fairly, I think it's fairly, on a technical basis, it's achievable, but the council don't have a policy requiring it, and my understanding was that Part G was optional based upon the council adopting a policy in a local plan which says that you should meet that part of the building regulations.
Okay. Well, I've heard what you each say on that. I think I'll just have to form a view.
Condition 36 relates to contamination, and I think perhaps the version you've got might just say actually, sorry, I do have a version. Yes, it does. Your version, I think. I don't know, actually, sorry. I don't know if your version just still says contamination, full detail of wording of condition to be confirmed. Yes. But what I have proposed is the standard condition wording in relation to contamination. I don't know if we can accept that the appellant's suggestion that there's no contamination on the site as evidence in the investigation report, and that we only need that bit of the standard condition that relates to unexpected contamination being reported. And I say that because I think the contamination report does reference the need for further ground testing and gas monitoring at a certain point in the ground investigation report, which I have referenced in this updated version, but that's not the version you've got in front of you.
Okay, I can see something in the comments highlighted in yellow.
Oh, sorry, that might be there then. Yeah. you have maybe got that comment then.
So if the comment's there, just explain to me what the council's saying its preferred version of this condition should be then.
So what I've done at the moment is put in our standard text. That's the
one that starts with prior to?
That's the one that starts with prior to each phase of development. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily have to be phased, but that's the one that, yeah.
Okay.
It might be that could be amended because we have, already had essentially the preliminary risk assessment proposed. But my concern with just limiting this condition to unexpected contamination is that it would not necessarily address that point in the appellant's submitted report that suggested further testing was required.
Right. Bear with me. So how does the appellant, how do the appellants respond to that then, please?
Well, it's fairly typical, isn't it? One gets asked to submit details of whether or not the site's contaminated. You submit the details, do all the work, and then the condition asks you to kind of do all that work again. So it's for you, sir, really. If you feel it's required, then we'll obviously have to revisit that and try to convince the council yet again that the site's not a contaminated site, and then submit all the evidence to prove that. And obviously that the wording of that condition is a standard wording, and that covers off that eventuality. It does rather make a mockery of having to submit all the details in advance, but so be it.
As I say, with me just coming to some of these points afresh now, it does seem that the highlighted bit there, if I'm reading that correctly, it does refer to something which was in whatever this original investigation report was, but indicating that further testing work was required. So from that point of view, it does sound as though the council's suggested condition would take that on board, I think is... It
would. I accept that it might be overly onerous, yeah. But maybe we could look to sort of reword it to require the
I don't have a problem with it. It's just administratively, it's just painful having to deal with something when my technical experts who are not here will tell me that this is all dealt with, and there's not it's a field. It's not a industrial site. It's just a field without significant contaminants. So, but I'm happy to with the imposition of a standard condition if that gets past this point.
Right, so that takes us to 37, doesn't it?
Yep, 37. This relates to the main vehicular access to the site off Ashington Road. And I think there was no comments from the appellant, but your reference to the words "in principle", given that it's an approved plan, and it is an approved plan reference. So I think this stemmed from the Essex County Council Highway suggested conditions and their reference to "in principle". Whether the technical drawings might be slightly different and show more, but I think we're satisfied that we can take away the reference to "in principle" and keep it to that approved plan reference.
I think the reason "in principle" is written is because that's the way the engineering advice works, is that when accesses get their formal approval via the county council, there are sometimes minor technical changes to those drawings, just as you go through the process. And also I would say on this condition, I didn't pick this up in my earlier comments, but there is a sort of second sentence there which looks like it's being extracted from a standard condition relating to a kind of domestic access. It just seems a bit of an odd wording. I accept, put it in accordance with the plan, but it needs to be "in principle", but to allow for very minor kind of changes. But this middle sentence just seemed, and I did speak to actually Mr. Blair when he was here, and we kind of looked at that a bit puzzled about that second sentence because it implies it's a drop crossing.
Yeah, I went through this very quickly, but when I did, I was also confused as to why we were referring to a dropped curb vehicular crossing. It sounded more like a private access.
Yes, and I think it's been the source for this to be helpful is I think from Essex County Council, and they tend to code their reasons and their conditions, and it might just be a sort of a bit of wording that's kind of crept in error, but you know, the point of the condition is quite laudable, which is to make sure the access is provided in a timely fashion.
I think the key point as we've been going through this is there are clearly, what I'm looking at now isn't the final version that both sides are either agreed on or you know where you disagree. So in that same context, when you're looking at this later today or overnight, whatever, if you consider that that middle sentence really doesn't apply in this case, then obviously I'd ask you to remove it in the version that I hope you'll be submitting tomorrow or later today. Okay, let's look at 38 then, please.
38 then deals with the provision of the emergency vehicle access associated pedestrian and cycleway onto Ashenden Road. Yep. Again, we have the same in principle comment. So if you're satisfied that we can keep the in principle reference in, that has come from Essex County Council. We have no objection to the in principle reference. It is listed as an approved plan, though.
Yep.
I don't think there was any other comment in relation to that. I think that was agreed.
Yep.
Yes.
Agreed.
Yes.
And then 39 deals with the vehicular access onto Percy Cottis Road. This is the secondary vehicular access to the site.
Yeah.
So the comment received was that these works are within the 106 and that there's no requirement to open this access by the 50th occupation. I think the same in principle comment was there. Yep. That is an approved plan again, so you know, however you feel about leaving the in principle in. What I have done, and I don't know what changes you see, but I think we're content to omit the prior to 50th occupation is not something that, you know, we desperately need to retain. We can have a discussion about when that is provided. We think the secondary access should be provided, and we're not convinced that this is dealt with entirely in the 106, given that I think Part E of the off-site highway works definition in the Section 106 requires improvements within the highway on Percy Cottis Road. But I'm not certain that that covers the formation of the actual access into the site.
Okay.
I think it came up in highways evidence, and that is that in general, the modelling of traffic is based upon a kind of broadly an 80-20 split. So this access is not required before 80% occupation of the site. So to force us to provide that access early there's no evidence behind that at all.
So what we think is that there is still a need for this condition, because I don't think the formation of the actual vehicle access is covered in the 106. But what I have suggested is that we remove the words "and associated improvements." So the condition only deals with the actual formation of the access point, because the improvements otherwise on Percy Cottis Road is a clause in the 106.
So it's the bit covered by the wording associated improvements that you're saying is in the 106, but the formation of the access itself you don't think is
and then prior to 50th occupation is in there, but is open to discussion about when. But certainly we think that the secondary access needs to be provided, so there needs to be a requirement by condition that it is.
So you're saying that there needs to be a trigger, some form of trigger.
And then just to refer to the plans for phases 2 and 3, this access is actually within the plans for phases 2 and 3. It's not within phase 1. Yeah. So requirement for it to be the 50th dwelling on that basis is incorrect, because it would have to be after the 232nd home.
Yeah, yes. So if I'm understanding you correctly there, according to the plans, you don't need this until phase 2 or 3.
Well, I think the traffic assessment assumes this access comes into play at 80% occupation of the site. So if you were to create, indeed you add a 0 to be prior to the 500th occupation, that's what the traffic evidence says.
Right. So what have I got here in terms of this comment? Parting. So if that's the council's current position, you're suggesting the conditions retained, consider alternative timing, and omit the reference to the associated improvements. So the associated improvements, I understand, is because that's in the section 106. But what are you saying would be an acceptable trigger for the council instead of prior to 50th occupation?
Well, certainly we agree that it's in relation to phase 2.
If we could just say be prior to the occupation of any dwelling in phase 2.
Phase 2, yes. We'd be that's... Yeah.
So prior to of any dwelling in phase 2.
Or 3.
Phase 2 or 3. Yeah. Okay, well, I've noted that, but obviously you'll be amending that in the version that you've got there, which I'll be seeing later. Okay, so 40 then, please.
40 deals with formation of hard surfaces in developable areas within each phase. I think that stemmed from the Highway Authority, and there's no comments in relation to the wording of that condition. I think it's agreed.
Okay.
41 deals with it's just a requirement that there's no unbound surface treatment within 6 metres of a highway.
Yes.
I think that's agreed.
Yeah, we're not a fan of those.
Condition 42 deals with the provision or requirement for the provision of electric vehicle charging points. There was a comment in relation to this that it should relate to just a slight rewording, I think, of the initial sentence. So prior to first occupation at the site, details of provision of visitor electric vehicle charging points, which is fine. I mean, the condition already says to serve visitor parking, but we can amend that as suggested.
So amending the first part in accordance with the appellant's comments would work there. What's this bit about the in perpetuity? So that's, how
we would be satisfied if it said maintained as agreed, in operational,
Again, these things get upgraded in future, and that's the point of that. It's not, I haven't got a particular issue with the word, but just allows them to be upgraded and improved in future.
Okay.
And you've already heard of this as a wider strategy for electric vehicle charging points across the site, which is separate from this. So this is the publicly accessible bit.
Yeah. Okay.
Condition 43 seeks to ensure that parking provision across the site is maintained for the purpose of parking, and no other purpose, essentially. And I don't think there's any comment in relation to that. I've just added in the reason.
We've got the perpetuity word there, haven't we?
Yeah, and I think that I haven't got a particular issue with that, because that's, in effect, you're saying that if someone wants to change their parking to another use, i.e. depleting the site of parking spaces, then in effect they have to apply for planning permission for that. So it's a restriction on permitted development rights. So that, as long as that's clear, we're quite happy with that.
Sorry, you're happy with that?
Yes.
In its form?
In its form, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
44 deals with the residential travel pack, and we're satisfied that that's now in the 106, so that can be deleted.
So can delete, yeah.
This is a little bit historic, because it says 6 one-day travel vouchers, and now we're proposing 3 months.
Yep.
Yes, I thought I'd seen. I know that came up in the inquiry at an earlier session, but I knew I'd read through the travel plan or whatever, and thought there was a different figure. So yes, so getting rid of that condition is acceptable.
Right, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so 45.
45 deals with the provision of a segregated foot and cycle path within the Eastern Parkland to link Oxford Road to the south and the drive, sorry, the other way around, Oxford Road in the north and the drive to the south. I don't think there was any comment in relation to that wording of that condition.
Okay.
46, so this deals with pedestrian connections through to Ashenden Road from the site.
Yeah.
And there was, it relates to approved drawings, and there's no comments in relation to that.
Okay.
47 deals with a lighting scheme to open space throughout the site, and there was no comments in relation to that. Sorry, 47, should I say, dealt with lighting to the open space, I think, and 48 deals with lighting to the pedestrian footway connection through, so the footpath connection would be formed to Ashenden Road. There was no comments in relation to that condition either.
Okay, yeah.
49 deals with dust management, and the comment was that this should be in the construction environment management plan, which we accept, so that needs to just go into the wording of condition 52.
Yeah. So that can be deleted as long as that wording's contained in 52. Yeah.
Condition 50 relates to the provision of cycle and refuse stores for the flatted blocks, and the requirement that that provision is maintained. There is a reference to in perpetuity again, so as long as it's maintained in the agreed form, you know, we're satisfied with that. We could change that reference, but there was no comment in relation to that.
Okay.
51 deals with yeah, 51 requires that there aren't windows provided to just certain plots within phase 1.
Yep.
And that's in the interest of amenity, but there's no comment in relation to that one. And then 52 is the construction environmental management plan, which has been referred to. What I have done is just add in a sort, so it should be complied with throughout the construction process in the, as per the agreed form. So I've added that reference in, which I think is something you picked up on. And I've also added in the second box, the site-wide plan shall include but be not limited to. I think that was a reference you picked up on. We accept the amendment suggested in terms of the wording of B, which relates to haul routes.
And then dust management came into that, didn't it? Because that was in a previous. Has that gone in there now?
That will go in. It hasn't gone in, but that's.
I can see D says dust management and wheel washing.
Oh, does it?
Is that a different one to?
No, maybe it is in there. I think maybe that there was a condition dedicated to dust management. 49 was dust management, so that's.
So 49 can go as long as it's included in the. And I'm saying, look, so it might already be there under D. Is that?
Yep. That's fine.
And there's the final amendment related to point P, any archaeological protection and mitigation measures to be implemented during the construction process, a slight rewording of that, which is fine.
Okay. Good. So that's it. So there's thank you for going through those. There's still obviously some work to be done to produce a final final form.
I think we're nearly there, and the list has got shorter, so that's helpful.
Yes, some of those. So what I would obviously like is those where there's agreement that it can go. I don't need to see them there. I suppose it's not nice for me to see what it is that's been deleted, but as long as it's clear that both parties are content that that can go, and obviously incorporate within the final list. The reasons are here, so that's good. The amendments are there. So I'll leave that in your hands, but if I can see that ideally later today or early tomorrow, so that we've got that well in advance of the resumption of the inquiry. Thank you. Okay, so let's call a day on that. I think I'm just going to have a short 10-minute break if everyone's content with that, and then we'll come back and hear about the Section 106. So it's just gone 5 past. Let's adjourn until 5:15, please.
Sorry, we've got the latest version of the 106 hard copy for you.
I was given one earlier. Is this yet another one or not? That was on my desk earlier. Yeah, sure. That was on the desk along with this still compliance statement. Is that the latest one? Yeah. Okay, great. If it's, yes, if you've got that, that would be helpful. Check that. Thank you. So I'll put that to one side and work on that one when we resume.
Most of it was all there. Yes, it just needed a bit, yeah.
When I was checking your version,
that one.
Yeah, it is. The accepted track changes, which showed manuscript amendments, and so in your version they didn't show the manuscript amendments.
Well, sorry, what have I got here? This is the one with track changes.
Well, so that's a comparison between
the
current engrossments and
right. And are they in
that have been agreed between the parties since.
Let me turn to which page am I finding that on?
You go to page 62. But it's not in track changes, not in manuscripts. Track changes of the version.
So this one includes that manuscript change there.
There may be a few others that picked up at lunchtime today.
Okay.
But I can explain those.
Okay. Well, okay.
Sure.
Yes. Okay. Well, the inquiry is resumed. So let's move on. Hopefully, with the final business of today to deal with the submitted Section 106 agreement. Basically, what I've got in front of me is the agreement and the SIL compliance table. All I really need is for one side or the other, or a combination, to just take me through the agreement so I can understand what's proposed, what the obligations are, etc.
So I think as we were kind of in charge of the drafting, we will take you through that. On my right is Nick Harding, who has been leading the drafting on this. So I'll let him take you through, hopefully quite quickly, as we seem to be gathering gloom outside.
Yes. Yes. Well, clearly it's an agreement. Its very name tells me that. So there's no disagreement, but as I say, I just want to make sure that I've been taken through the agreement, so I understand what it's intended to achieve. Okay.
Thank you, sir. So I'm Nick Harding, solicitor for Law Holmes and senior associate at the law firm Gowling WRG. If I'll take you through the agreement. The parties to the agreement are the current landowners, Able Limited, AW Squire Limited and DW Squire Limited, and Law Homes Limited, who have a contract relating to the purchase of the land. Rochford District Council, in their capacity as local planning authority, and Essex County Council, in their capacity as local education and highways authority, and in respect of waste services and libraries. And as you say, it is an agreement between all parties, and all parties have now executed the engrossments. Just an administrative point first. I understand you're given forewarning last night, I hope, that due to time constraints, we executed in counterparts. And while I appreciate that the Planning Inspectorate usually do not consider this an appropriate method of execution, there is some leeway in exceptional circumstances. And as we were still yet to reach agreement with the County Council last Tuesday, and with 6 different parties to sign, we all agreed that it wouldn't be signed in time for the close of inquiry, and especially at that time, the inquiry could have closed on Friday. So I hope that's acceptable to you.
Yeah, I understand that, and I think in those circumstances, I understand why that course of action was taken, and I don't see that that's not acceptable, if that makes sense.
It does, thank you, sir.
The double negative there, yeah.
In terms of the clauses in the front end of the agreement, I think the main clauses to note are at clause 2.13, which is a clause that allows you to make clear in your decision letter whether an obligation contained in the agreement does not meet the tests of the Community Infrastructure Levy regulations, and it allows you to essentially strike out such an obligation and leave the remainder of the deed intact.
Yep.
The phase, clause 6.4 allows the phase plan appended to the deed to be amended at any time by agreement between the parties. Clause 6.5, there's an obligation on the owner to give notice to both the District Council and the County Council of the various triggers relating to the obligations. Clause 6.11 provides that the parties to the agreement are to be released from liability under the deed once they're parted with their interest in the land or part of it.
Yep.
And clause 20 at the end of the agreement contains...
clause
20, at the end of the front end contains a clause that provides that the agreement can be executed in counterparts.
Right, yes.
And I think unless the District Council have any comments, I think those are probably the most pertinent points in the front end of the agreement.
I don't have any comments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Schedule 1 of the Section 106 agreement relates to affordable housing. It provides that 35% of the dwellings provided on the land are to be provided as affordable housing in a 10-year split of 80% affordable rented housing and 20% shared ownership housing.
Yep.
As we discussed in the conditions session, the location of the affordable housing units is fixed as per the phase layout plans, which also agreed plans in the conditions.
Yep.
The unit mix of the affordable housing is also fixed as per the tables contained at Part 4 of Schedule 1 in terms of size of the houses, in terms of number of bedrooms.
Yeah, okay.
The only outstanding details are the tenure of each unit and the location of the accessible and adaptable affordable housing units and the wheelchair affordable housing units and the size of the units, and those details are to be approved by the District Council upon submission of an affordable housing scheme by the owner prior to commencement of development.
Okay.
Also, as we discussed previously, 20 of the affordable housing units are to be provided as wheelchair affordable housing units, and 72 affordable housing units are to be provided as accessible and adaptable affordable housing units.
Mm-hmm.
The owner is under an obligation not to occupy more than 60% of the open market dwellings within each phase until 50% of the affordable housing units within that phase have been constructed.
Okay.
And also not to occupy more than 80% of the open market units within each phase until 100% of the affordable housing units within that phase have been constructed. The schedule contains an industry standard mortgagee exclusion clause, which provides for an outcome whereby the mortgagee of a registered provider of social housing were to take possession of the affordable housing units.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also an obligation on the registered provider of social housing who takes on the affordable housing units to enter into a nominations agreement with the District Council prior to the occupation of the affordable housing units. Again, unless the District Council have any further points, that's the affordable housing schedule.
Any comments there? No? Okay.
So Schedule 2 relates to education. Contributions are to be paid towards early years and childcare education, primary school education and secondary school education. The contributions are calculated based on formulas that are set out in the most recent policy of the County Council. And they're to be paid in the following instalments. 25% is to be paid prior to the commencement of development. 25% of those contributions are to be paid prior to the first occupation of any dwellings. A further 25% is to be paid prior to occupation of 10% of the dwellings, and the final 25% is to be paid prior to occupation of 50% of the dwellings.
Yep. Okay.
Schedule 3 relates to open space, SUDS and the flood alleviation scheme. The open space set specification and management scheme for each phase is to be approved by the Council prior to the commencement of that phase. The open space is to be laid out prior to the occupation of 25% of the dwellings within a phase, and it is to be maintained by the owner for a further 12 months following completion of the open space, upon which it will be transferred to a management company. The management company is to be formed prior to occupation of 80% of the dwellings within a phase, and such formation will include details of how the funds for maintenance of the open space will be recouped from residents of the dwellings.
Okay.
The sustainable urban drainage system is to be provided in accordance with the appropriate planning condition. We haven't referred to a specific condition because we note that may change, and transferred to a management company or a statutory water undertaker. The flood alleviation scheme is also to be approved by the District Council prior to commencement of development in accordance with planning conditions, which contain more detail on the scheme, and it's to be provided prior to the earlier of occupation of the 150th dwelling or 2 years from the commencement of the development.
Yep, okay. Yep. Again, okay.
Schedule 4 relates to allotment land and provides that 0.26 hectares of the land within the site is to be laid out as allotments prior to occupation of more than 50% of the dwellings within the site and transferred to a management company. Schedule 5 of the agreement relates to highways. So the following set of contributions are to be paid prior to the first occupation of any dwelling within the site. And those are the Ashington Road crossing contribution of £50,000, the bus services contribution of £700,000, the cycling infrastructure contribution of £250,000, and the pedestrian crossing contribution of £50,000. The owner is to submit a scheme for improvements to the Anne Boleyn roundabout to the County Council prior to first occupation of any dwellings, and it is then the owner is to elect whether to pay the Anne Boleyn roundabout contribution of £100,000 to the County Council prior to occupation of the first dwelling in the second phase of the development, or to complete the Anne Boleyn roundabout works prior to occupation of the 500th dwelling in the development. In the definitions in Schedule 5, it contains a list of the off-site highway works that have been agreed between the owner and the County Council. And the owner is to enter into a highways agreement with the County Council regarding those works prior to first occupation of any dwelling, and to carry out the off-site highway works in accordance with such a highways agreement. A contribution towards the provision and maintenance of trees is to be paid by the owner prior to commencement of development, and the sum of such contributions worked out by a formula depending on the number of trees and whether they are in soft landscaping or in grills, pits and watering systems in hard landscaping. There's a provision of a further off-site highway works contribution if the County Council believe it necessary within a period of 5 years from the date of the Planning Commission, that further off-site highway works are required to at the Ashington Road and Dallas Road. They are able to call upon the owner to pay a contribution of £100,000 to go towards improvements along that corridor.
Right, yeah.
This was included following concerns raised by the local planning authority. Regarding the residential travel plan, the owner is to set up a sustainable transport fund in the sum of £101,286. And the purpose of such fund is to fund the travel vouchers, which is the 3-month bus passes to each resident of the development. The owner is to pay a the residential travel plan is to be approved by the county council prior to the first occupation of any dwelling, and following approval of the plan, a monitoring fee of £2,555 is payable to the county council by the owner until 1 year after the occupation of the final dwelling in the development.
Okay.
Schedule 6 of the Section 106 agreement relates to healthcare. The owner's covenant not to carry out any works on the healthcare land shown on the plan appended to the Section 106 agreement, and to use reasonable endeavours to transfer that land to a healthcare provider, being any body or organisation providing services commissioned by NHS England, or as agreed otherwise between the owners and the council, for a period of 2 years from the commencement of the development. As drafted, the Section 106 agreement provides that if, following 2 years, the healthcare land has not been transferred or a long leasehold interest granted, then the owner is released from the obligations in the schedule and the land is retained by the owner. But we would like to propose a further amendment to this to state that in such an event, the land is to be offered to be transferred to the District Council for the sum of £1.
Okay. Does that currently exist in the version that I have here?
It does not. So
No.
that was an amendment discussed between myself and the District Council solicitors in our break session about an hour or so ago.
Okay.
So it's a recent amendment which we haven't yet.
So how would you take that proposed amendment forward?
We'll seek the approval of the parties today and insert it in manuscript in the engrossments and initial.
Council content with that?
Yes,
Yeah.
we're happy with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And finally, in the healthcare schedule, the owners covenant to pay the healthcare contribution of £262,300 to the District Council prior to the first occupation of any dwelling, and the District Council are then under an obligation to pay that contribution to the NHS.
Okay.
Schedule 7 of the agreement relates to the school landscaping scheme. The owner is to pay a contribution of £50,000 to the District Council towards the provision of landscaping improvements along the Ashenden Road frontage of and within Holt Farm Junior School. The contribution is to be paid prior to the occupation of any dwelling. Schedule 8 relates to waste services. Under this agreement, a waste services contribution of £75,630 is to be paid to the County Council prior to the first occupation of any dwelling.
Okay.
Schedule 9 relates to libraries. The library contribution is broken down as £244.92 per dwelling in respect of library extensions and £77.80 per dwelling in respect of library improvements. And the final sum is to be paid to the County Council prior to the commencement of development.
Yep.
Schedule 10 relates to youth facilities. A contribution of £75,000 is to be paid to the District Council prior to the occupation of the 50th dwelling in the development.
Yeah, okay.
Schedule 11 relates to, it's titled the RAMS contribution, but it relates to European protected sites, so Natura 2000 sites, special protection, the Benfleet and Southend Marshes special protection area, and the Foulness Estuary special protection area, along with others listed in the Section 106 agreement, and a contribution of £127.30 per dwelling is to be paid to the District Council prior to the commencement of development.
Yep. Okay.
Schedule 12 of the agreement relates to the planting and acquisition of trees. The CAVAT contribution, so capital asset value for amenity trees contribution of £67,560 is to be paid to the District Council prior to the commencement of development. And the planting stock contribution of £75,000 is to be paid to the District Council prior to the commencement of development. And the final Schedule 13 of the agreement relates to the school drop-off and pick-up parking spaces, which are shown labelled S on the Phase 1 layout plan appended to the agreement. These spaces are to be provided pursuant to a management plan for the drop-off and pick-up relating to the schools opposite the site.
I'm just going to pause you there because I've just turned to what I think is the Phase 1 layout plan. Mine's got a line through it on here. Is that?
Sorry, yes. So the purpose of this is that the original plans provided in the agreement were too small to make out spaces, and so we've stapled and initialed larger plans, which hopefully you can make out below the community use land. The space is labelled S.
Yes, I hadn't realised that the one I was actually moving out of the way to look at this plan was a larger version of the first one. So, yes, okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
So, sorry, just go back to where you said marked S on the...
Yes, so if you open the larger plan, the Phase 1 layout plan, below the community use land, which is that white square, you can see spaces marked C, which are more spaces for the community of the healthcare land, but also spaces marked S, I think at the end of the top row and all along the bottom row, which are to be reserved for school parking, pick up and drop off.
Yep. So just a quick count there, I see 10 spaces. So that's
right, yeah, 10 spaces, so thank you.
Okay.
So a management plan in respect to those spaces is to be provided to the District Council prior to the commencement of the development, and those spaces are to be provided prior to the occupation of the 50th dwelling in the development and transferred to a management company prior to the occupation of the 100th dwelling in the development, and thereafter maintained and managed pursuant to the management plan.
Yep, okay.
And that is the extent of the Section 106 agreement, sir.
And so in terms of the plans, just let me be clear what I've got appended here. So there's first one at Appendix 1's the site plan, Appendix 2, phasing plan. Yeah, okay. 3 is the healthcare land plan, 4, the play area plan. Then 5, we've got the Phase 1 layout, Phase 2 and 3 layout. Yep, so that's the extent of the plans in the appendices. And it'll just turn over to the back there, see Appendix 6 says residential travel plan template. Certainly in one of the versions that I've got of the 106, I've got a quite extensive bit, the County Council Sustainable Modes of Transport Travel Strategy. Was that part of the...
Yes, sir. This is the County Council's travel plan template or Sustainable Modes of Travel Strategy, upon which the residential travel plan submitted by the owner is to be based on.
Yep, okay. So where it says residential travel plan template there, that in effect is the Essex County Council document. Yeah, understood. Thank you. Right, thank you. So other than the fact that there needs to be at least just a single additional or amendment relating to the transfer to the district council if there's no take-up within 2 years, but that's the only thing different in what will be the final version to what I've got in front of me now.
Correct,
yeah. Good. Okay, well, thank you for that run-through. I've followed what you said there, and I understand it all, and there's clearly agreement between the parties on that, so I don't need anything further on that. Obviously, you'll be making those that amendment and letting me have a completed version tomorrow. Thank you. But in terms of what we need to do now, I think, unless there's anything from, I think all the people have gone. So what I did want to say was just about, I want to say one thing about the site visit, but I realise that there's not many people necessarily here. There's certainly some people here who will be attending tomorrow. But I was just going to double check ground conditions on the site itself and what would be appropriate footwear on the site. I'm expecting to wear some walking boots, so...
I was just about to suggest that, so hopefully you have some walking boots packed, but that sounds like the size of it.
And I don't know what the weather forecast is, but I mean, to state the obvious...
I understand it's clear, so tomorrow...
Yeah, well, appropriate clothing and appropriate footwear, I think, yes, yeah.
There was one other point that I wanted to raise, that we've had a few questions from third parties, and I know no one's here now, about whether they will have an opportunity to make any comments in closing.
Yeah.
I understand the position will be no.
Well,
but if there could be some clarity as to who...
I'm going to... let me say my bit now, and and then if there's still anything hanging over, then we can come back to that. In a moment, I'm going to adjourn the inquiry until 2 o'clock tomorrow. That's the time that we'll be back in this room. Obviously, we'll be doing the site visit in the morning, but the formal inquiry will be resumed at 2 o'clock tomorrow, when I will hear closing submissions, and I'll hear those from the main parties, excuse me, in the order that I'll hear the Rule 6 party first, then I'll hear from the council, and finally I'll hear from the appellants. Now, I wouldn't expect any interested persons to give a closing statement because they can't introduce any additional evidence at this stage, and I have the statements that they all made in presenting their addresses to the council on the to the inquiry on the opening day. Exceptionally, I can allow interested persons to make a closing statement, but that would have to be something that was different to what they said in their opening submissions, as it were. And as I've just said, I can't have any fresh evidence. So that rather convoluted way of saying things there. Anyone who's engaged in questioning of the appellant's witnesses, so I'm thinking there of Mrs. Wright, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Taylor-Eve. There may be others, but I think that might be the sum total. If, as a result of that questioning, their position had in any way changed, I would be prepared to allow them to summarise the way their case stands at the end of the inquiry. But for those people who've already simply given me their opening statement, then nothing can have changed in terms of their position. So I hope that is clear. I won't be expecting any closing statements from those people who've simply given me an opening statement and have made no further contribution through questioning throughout the inquiry. But I would be prepared to consider if any of those who have questioned witnesses feel that anything has changed in terms of their position, I would allow those to make a statement. Does that address the points that people have been asking you about?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Okay.
So in the event that you get a request tomorrow, because they're not here, and you feel you need to accept that request, could I ask that you maintain the convention of the Rule 6, then the council, then the appellant, with the appellant having the final right to reply as such, and then maybe take any interested parties once the Rule 6 has spoken?
I would take them first.
Okay.
So I indicated earlier when the advocates were just having a chat with me all together, I did say to Mr. Foster that he should come along expecting to speak first at 2 o'clock, But if I was informed that any interested parties did want to say anything, I would slot them in before him. But again, it would only be on the basis of what I've just said. Something needs to have changed in their position as a result of questioning that they've, a questioning session that they've had with one witness or another. Okay. So hopefully that's clear. I'll see some of you tomorrow at 8:20 for the site visit. But other than that, I'll adjourn the inquiry. Oh no, attendance list. I need to ask for that just before I close. It's there. So I don't know if anyone's not yet signed it. So Mr. Pycroft might have been just raising his hand there. Okay, so when that's finding its way round to me, but I'll adjourn then now, and we'll resume the inquiry tomorrow at 2 o'clock. So thank you.